Mhm. Ah. Okay, guys. Let's talk. Okay. Um, let's talk about what happened after I played the tournament on Sunday. So, for people who don't know, the last 2 weeks I've been playing a lot of League of Legends to prepare for a tournament that happened last weekend. I unfortunately didn't do that well. I think my team went 0-4. Well, technically 0-1. I mean, technically we were almost second place. But like, whatever. It's not a big deal. And what happened afterwards was I ended my stream because I wanted to have some personal time. Touch grass, all that shit, because and do laundry mainly, because I have been a shell of myself for like 2 weeks while grinding League. Okay. Oh, and it's Rombles. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you for being the first one. What happened was afterwards, I fell asleep. I was in the living room talking with some people about the OTV shoot the next day, and I passed out. Like I went to my room, passed out. 7.5 hours later, at 12:30 midnight, past midnight, 30 minutes past midnight, I woke up and I was like, it's fucked. Um, I had to shoot the next day, and I was like, my sleep schedule was just highness, like at that point, like highly illegal. So I played a couple games of TFT, won almost all of them to get to Masters off stream. Sorry, guys. And then I went to sleep at like 5. Woke up around like I don't know 2. Shot an OTV shoot yesterday. After doing more TFT and doing laundry, finished 80% of my laundry, pretty much all of it. And then I finished my shoot. Like my OTV shoot started at 7. We finished the shoot at almost 3 a.m. So I went to sleep last night. I missed my morning gym with my housemates, and I woke up at 2. So like I actually have been getting a lot of sleep the last couple of days, but my god, did I not do anything but like laundry and a little bit of TFT on the side. But guys, we are currently out of. I'm done with League. I am 2 games away from Masters. It is not like I would hit it if I played. Like that's just it. Like it's not like a coping thing. It's just like I don't have time thing. Let's go ahead and look at this real quick because this is what I want to focus on. Handsome Jack will back for 41 months. Currently in the advanced section, I am down here. I hit Masters in a couple games off stream. I mean, a couple. Like, let's see. So I had played. I think yesterday I went 8-1-1-1-3-1 6-2. Pretty much I went to Solus' stream and asked him how do I win on this set, and he told me play Lee Sin. I'm like, are you sure? He's like, yeah. So that's what I've been doing. I want to end first, but damn, Woohoo is kind of smurfing this. All right, let's go. I think of all the people that would play TFT seriously, he's like, the way his brain works is that he would play TFT. He's the type of guy who made lineups for deathmatch. That is him. Like, so I am not surprised that he is attaching himself really quickly to TFT. Are you done with League long term? Nah, I just don't want to play for like the next week or two. I also have it was officially announced there is a VTuber Apex tournament this weekend. Additionally, lastly, there was today I was supposed to coach Sid, but I woke up at 2 p.m. and she is still out of the appointment. And so she can't do it till later. So we're gonna reschedule, which means I'm officially done with League for at least a week. Give me stream 50 hours of the Masters. Oh, the beast. All right, we're going rupture. You get stream 50 hours at the GM. I'm only gonna need 5. Why would I need 15? But at the moment, I looked at the meta, and I think it's a very weird meta where it's like rerolls are highly good in the current meta. On top of that, if you want to play flex, you have to be really good at the game. Like you have to understand the game pretty well. And so it's more beneficial for you to go reroll unless you're very good at playing Azir Silco routes and Fiora routes, which is worrying. I'm currently doing reroll, but holy moly. The meta is like rerolls can get you to like top 3 pretty easily, but like I think flex play is generally speaking the best, which is usually the case, but it's just so hard to play, man. Flex is so hard to play right now. Like I'm not gonna say anything, okay? But I have one Cho'Gath, and I don't know where the game is gonna take me. Oh, Lazzy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys. After weeks of playing only League, I'm a TFT binger now. So I'm playing TFT all day. But thank you. Lazzy says you're best friends. Oh yeah. Wait, you guys didn't believe him? We hang out all the time. We go way back. Yeah. I can't believe you guys would think your streamer would like you. Guys, I don't want to play this more than anyone else, okay? But I'm just saying there is definitely something on my screen right now which is looking a little interesting.
I will tear the world asunder.
This place could use some reshaping.
Okay, there's definitely something on my stream that's looking a little interesting. Can we be parasocial to Scarra? I also want to be your friend. Okay, well, I can. Whoa, chill, man. I can only do one friend at a time. This guy? I think I'm gonna beat him. But okay, wait. Hold up. How do I play the streamer version of this? Oh shit, I've never played Cho Biden, but the streamer version. I've heard it's pretty good. Any knowers?
I'll take care of everything.
Oh, he is also going the same comp. But the thing is, this can support 2, so I'm not worried. Fuck it, it can support 4. Fuck it, it can support 5. Oh shit, I'm fucked. Oh god. Oh god.
Okay.
Wait, am I actually smurfing? Wait a sec. No! I meant to sell the.
I am here to
Fuck!
test souls.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
I'm pretty sure you're supposed to slam Sunfire. Wait, I'm kind of owning. I'm kind of streaking with this. Okay. I should have the spat not reductant. Oh, he should have the reductant after have the spat for a bit. Like you want to stream a spat, but like you can put it on this to give health for 3 rounds and then flip it. That is, you're right, 100%.
Pick up the scent. Pick up the scent.
I don't think I ever play Malzahn from this point, right? Because you probably only play Shurima.
Okay.
Okay, this is sold.
I am here to test souls.
This guy has 40 gold though. Wow, he's so much more gold than me. I mean, that's yeah, he has 10 more gold than me. That's so much. This guy has Silco already? Oh my goodness. This guy already has Silco? I mean, it's okay. I 5 streak, which is great. Okay, so how else do I play this? I mean, it's probably... How much do I roll here? I feel like I need to roll a decent amount. God, there's so many shows taken. There's 6 gone. I think another person has a 2-star show.
There will be peace in the Freljord.
Oh,
We will
redemption.
forge it.
Keep your enemies close. And
Is Soraka's the next unit? Oh, that could be
every step,
interesting.
a new journey.
This is very exciting.
Hold on, 2-star one. I don't think I have 2 more than 2. Oh my god.
They will go no further.
Piltover's finest.
your enemies close and me closer.
Fuck it, Scarra 3. Fuck it. This is the biggest waste of gold ever, by the way. But it's fine. Not this.
Please pick up the scent.
Every step, a new journey.
What Cho'Gath? Wow, I've got so many free rolls this game. What was Rocket? Bro, I got baited to pick this unit. This unit fucking... It's fine. It's not the worst. I mean, we're done, right? Like, I don't keep rolling. I mean, do I really care about Casio 3? Pretty sure I just go straight to his ear. And you want to show? Oh, the BIS items, assuming you're not playing its armor, are going to be Declaw Redemption here. I mean, or unless you get Spear Visage, but like ideally, like you hopefully you just play against only AP. Over Rectin, it's not worth it. Like I'll get a roll every time I level. I'd rather just go to 6.
You always fight so poorly.
And we have Cho'Gath on the board. Oh, it's because they're really cringe. Don't be like them. Actually, just don't ever pick up Cho'Gath, especially if I'm in your game. You wouldn't want to be known as cringe. Declaw is way better here. Is Scarra hit masters off stream? Nah, would I do that? What? Me?
Keep your enemies close and me closer.
Who needs a beat down?
Like the Stars Are Born guy. What's it called? God, show players are so cringe. Also, I forget golden ticket works with trade sector.
I'll take care of everything.
Every step, a new
So
journey.
the trade sector could proc golden ticket, as well as the initial thing could proc golden ticket. This guy's, did he take? Oh, I thought he took what the fort.
Okay.
We feed. Let the monster out. Become what they fear.
You always fight so poorly.
I'm gonna go up.
Piltover's finest.
Oh my god.
Piltover's finest.
How many extra rerolls do I get? Like what?
Pick up the scent.
Fuck it. Nefari 3. Fuck it.
You always fight so poorly.
This world is frayed and in need of mending. Piltover's finest.
Wait one round.
Okay.
Okay, there are 4 people going Shurima this game. 5 people? No, no. Maybe just bulk it.
They will go no further.
Piltover's finest.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Do I even go for Bruiser? No.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Is anyone going AD? The Noxus player. Is anyone else going AD? Dude, I'm about to do a gamer move. wow, he has final reserves. He gets put to 1, and then he owns the lobby. Sword is kind of weird here. What the fuck just happened?
The void has breached this place.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Okay. Wait, is there a final reserves change? What is the final reserves change? Oh, set your goal to 66? Interesting.
Become what they
Guys, should I have an Azir 2 rerolling for Cho'Gath? Does that seem legal? Somehow I feel like it's a little illegal. Tiny bit. What is the rocket doing? She owning? 700? Bro.
Is not of this time.
I'm pretty sure this Soraka is fucking fake as hell. I probably want TG and then Declaw. TG for Azir, Declaw for... I'm going double Declaw Cho. The health stacks, and I think I'm against all AP this game. AD. This is the only AD player. So I'm hoping someone else just kills him for me. Oh, this is a optimal Soraka game, by the way, or a Soraka fight, right? Like Soraka gets so much time to heal. Wow, you got Bruiser +1. I'm so jealous. Okay, who told me to put in the Soraka unit? We need to fucking talk.
Demacia, now and forever.
from 1,000 bites.
Okay, let's just do the thing I want to do first.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
I will rule the Freljord.
Teaching me. This is the best I got here. Best item split I can get. Oh, this is the AD player. Okay, I need someone to kill this guy for me, please. I actually cannot beat this guy. Oh, how much does Soraka do here? I mean, she hit for 2K. That's not that bad.
I bring
Wow.
death.
This golden ticket is so broken. I can get the oh my.
I will tear the world asunder.
I level and put in 4 brawler, I'm pretty sure. As long as I can hit find Scion. Dude, this guy got fucking +1 bruiser. That's so good. I think the best augment in the comp. Because at a silver level, it gives you a fawn, pretty much. Which is so crazy. $7,000 health, Joe. Holy moly. That could be me.
All paths converge.
I get so high. He has 6 bruiser, man. He has the optimal comp. I mean, he has the optimal comp, man. I mean, I'm definitely putting in 4 bruiser. I think not having 4 in is trolling. So I'm taking away this stupid unit.
We feed. Become what they fear.
Wow, I can't kill this. Really? My Azir items are so insane, too. Wait, you're telling me this Nasus unit is not balanced? Wait, but I have a Nasus unit. What is the... Oh, it's this portal. I like that portal. Gonna take another declaw. Sure, that doesn't help. True.
Is not of this time.
Goodbye. And then we go 9, I guess.
Let the chaos commence!
I'm playing against RE2 with 4 declaws, by the way. Okay, wait, that's not fair. This guy has 2 GSs? Wait, that wasn't part of the equation. Huh. Wait, the Noxus guy started win streaking. Guys, I need someone to beat him. I don't have the sauce.
I will rule the Freljord.
Okay, wait, hold on. What can I 3-star? Like nothing.
Shadows.
Shurima is never lost.
I won't be denied.
Like, by holding Azir's, I'm keeping 2 people to Azir 1, which is my strategy. This guy has Azir 1. I'm hoping that I can kill these guys and eventually go for Azir 3.
Everyone pays.
Noxian always rises.
Wait, this guy had. Guys, I have 3 declaws. Hello?
Shurima is not of this time.
Roll over here.
Return to the dust.
Consorte, hear my name and know my strength. Consorte, hear my name and know my strength.
I will rule the Freljord.
Shurima is not of this time.
This is worse than Cassante 2, right? Guys, I have 2 declaws. How do I beat this guy? Wait. It's looking maybe okay.
Become what they fear.
Never mind. I didn't realize he has a fucking entire health bar.
Demacia, now and forever.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
I will rule the Freljord.
Shurima is not of this time.
I'm dead. I think. Oh my fucking god. Please let me live. Please. Wait, it's a ghost. It's a ghost. Wait, ghosts are so much weaker.
Fight.
Battle, yes.
Right?
Let the monster out.
A gift from the Freljord.
I bring death.
I will rule the Freljord.
Okay.
Ante up!
Millia 3. I have TG. I have. Is that Nyla 3? You're shitting me that I went 5th this game. Yeah, you know, we go with top 4. Okay, the comps in this game were crazy. OEB, welcome back for 42 months. CCC SSS 98, welcome back for 4 months. I'm gonna go play some. That's fine. I mean, I was contested. I went top 4. I don't know if I even. I think golden ticket plus trade sector is insane. The combination is nuts. From 2020 Cho Bite? No. Dude, I don't even like to play Cho. Okay. I don't like to play Cho, but it just randomly happens that there's a Cho on my board. And it just sucks that that happens sometimes.
Welcome to Zon!
All I know is that Grief going Soraka 3 in the game. I could have held Soraka 2. And then push more gold into finding my other units and leveling faster. The difference didn't seem that good. Like, it seems like unless you have core invoker, you're not really getting much value off of it.
Carnage.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
I am a little like I play Lee, but realistically, I'm down to reroll any of 5 different compositions. I'm not really attached to any one in particular.
Carnage.
So I'm flexible, guys. Flexible.
Darkness.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
We do what we must.
Oh, now I feel a little weird. Seems pretty good.
Let's start the show.
If you're re-rolling with bronze ticket, it feels very bad. I'd rather just change to playing Ionia here and see how it progresses. So I can sell the ashes if I wanted to make econ. The weird thing is, isn't this OP? The thing 8-player combats means that they end the stage 2, right? But the biggest thing is it reads get a training done. So get a like
If I don't kill you, Son will.
half a phony, but with upside. Like that seems really good. Yeah, I'm not really a stat looker, but I'm curious what this actually looks like stat wise. What is it called? Stationary support. 4.13. Does that make it one of the best silver augments in the game? Pretty sure. Pretty sure the answer is yes. What do you use? Tactics at tools. That's what everyone uses. One S Smuck. Welcome back for 3 months. 6 for something. What is the last month of my prime I use on random channel? I don't even know. Oh, that's weird. But don't worry about it, man. Thanks for the sub.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
I mean, for now, I don't even know what I'm playing. I could just slam Sunfire and kind of be free, but I don't really want to because, like, I don't mind just losing a little bit. I mean, my board says to go Ionian Vanquishers, but it's kind of a weird thing to go without Ionian Spat. I think a lot of it's going to depend on maybe what I get here. Yeah, I mean, I was down to play Ionia reroll, but given my position of 1 Jhin, 1 Aurelia, 1 Set, did not feel very good. Even though Ashe is one of the best units, without Ionian Spat, it feels kind of like I'm briefing. This shot is gonna be a killer right here. Boom. Wait. Well, I mean, if I can kill 1 unit every round, that's great for me. 84 is really good. If I can kill 1 unit every single round. I need a 3 cost here. Oh, I'm down. I can play Ionia. Hold on. Let me go double check this comp. Then, if you're curious how I use stats after a long time, really the only thing I do is for like a brief overview of items and comps, because I'm not familiar with the comps so far. So I go to like a website like this and I'll type something like Ionia, and I want to see what 6 Ionia default looks like. Usually if you get a spat, you click this and see, okay, well, what do people usually spat? It's always Nyla, okay. And then you could spat something else if you get it, obviously, but good to know that's generally speaking mainly Nyla.
I have but 1 life to give for
And then
Ionia.
what does the comp kind of look like? I've played the Ionian version, so I know it probably uses Darius, this, and the Ionian spat that. Okay, I mean, that's great. So I just have this, and I look for RFC next for this, or I look for Xayah items, and I'm down to slam Sunfire. Okay. Pretty much all I need to know. With TFT on YouTube, I don't want my YouTube to be a TFT YouTube. I think it's boring. Oh no, he blocked the first shot. The Jhin reroll version is fine, but like if you look at my position, rerolling for Jhin here seems really grief.
There's a saying, never fight
I am
aliens on their home soil.
I kind of want the Ashe here though, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to lock this shop. I could do Ashe level and be level 5 next round, or I could just not do anything. Ashe
There
level
will
seems a
be
little
peace
better.
in the frail yard.
The reason why I'm doing this is because I want to have a thing for, I'm not committed to Ionia, but I want to have an Ionia spat holder. And the best one is Ashe, by far. I also think it's weird to go into this round without a 5th unit. I think there's a high chance I kill an extra unit with a 5th unit. Because I'm playing maybe even 2. Yep. Wait, a new dedicated channel to your vids? Nope. I will never be I'll never have a TFT YouTube. Maybe a gaming YouTube, but I'm not interested.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
I can say I'm interested, but it's hard enough doing just 1 YouTube, let alone 2.
Place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Like the amount of work that goes into just handling 1 YouTube is I don't know, difficult. Wait, I should just put this on Aurelia. Oh, I didn't. And he switches to Shen later because you run. Okay, so Aurelia gets out of the comp. Okay, wait. I should have known that.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
They might have a good unit at killing stuff.
I may be
This
merciful,
is probably a good unit
but
though.
Targon isn't.
That's great. It's glass. I've lost so much gold this game. Fuck me. I should have just made this on fire and put it on the bench. I fucking didn't forgot, man. Oh, I don't kill this unit either.
Every step, a new journey.
Is Infect better than Martyr? I think Martyr is... Oh. What's this? For sure.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Every step, a new journey.
When does this fucking thing pop, man? Is it eight rounds yet? Hello? Hello? I need my fucking pop. Oh, this guy has Jace 2 already. What the fuck? Wait, this guy's so strong. He's looking to cash already? Like, the biggest thing about Sentinel Spirit is even if it's an equal... Oh, I actually beat him. I mean, I need to start winning because my life is really bad. Wow. Even if Sentinel Spirit is equal to some of the other, it gives you 2 Ionian, which is really fucking important. Because it allowed me to hit Gen 2 and Set 2. Huge upgrades for my board. Like a massive one. I don't want to slam this yet because I think it makes my Ionian board weaker. Like ideally you want to put out upgrade units and not this piece of shit. But ideally you it's Titans Nyla. What does a BF usually turn into? It turns into fucking nothing, man. I mean, I guess I just BT Nyla. It's not a big deal. Or GS. I think GS is probably better than anything else. It's more flexible in case I find. Anything else? Is Fawn better? Oh yeah, Fawn's way better. But I mean, like the chance of you hitting Fawn is like very low, I would say. The spike you get on this item is worth, or this unit is worth too much. Like you get 6 Ionian with this unit and it's 4 in your comp. I don't even care what the item could literally could have no item and it would still probably be the right move. Because now, because we just won these 2 rounds, right? So now you could probably win out these with 6 Ionian. What is it? I got the worst item for Ionia, bro. What the fuck? Like how? I should have leveled you, right? Wow, the fucking rogue triggered. Edgeworth slamming, it's not bad. I think it's Nyla, it's like a pretty good Nyla item. I don't know though. Like ideally, I'd probably just wait to see how everything else works out. Isn't this garbage, man? This is just a frontline thing. Ideally, you have Shen this. Shen's good with AP. This is a 950 body. You could do this with AP. You could do whatever with AP. So this goes up. Maybe you put Nyla here as well. I don't even know. Probably not. Oh, I need Darius. Maybe right. Here. Fuck. I was thinking this thing is the worst support item, man. What were my other options? Could I have gotten Zeke's or like Randuin's or something? Like I waited 8 turns to get the worst fucking item. Oh, it's really bad for my comp, man. Lock is so good too. I think you don't be scared of losing this round because like you might want to panic and be like, I need to fucking roll a lot, but realistically, like your comp's great, and the problem is not. It's just that guy is really jacked. Like this guy, Rogue is just fucked, man. Easy rot. I mean, I have a great board. It's super good. I have two Zayas. The only question is, do I roll? I only have these 2 upgrades. It feels really bad
I want to see.
to roll here.
Noxus will rise.
Wait, here? I mean, I guess I could do this. You could clear this way. Yeah, and then what happens is this goes into. I fucking need Last Whisper for the comp. I think it's more important than anything else Nyla can build. The problem is I also need RFC for Nyla, so it's like really awkward. It's fine. I lose by like 1, right? This guy's playing double trouble Noxus. Kind of hard to beat, especially without me getting being spiked. Bulk is kind of bad, right? Oh, bulk works on dummy though. I think bulk is kind of bad. You're only getting stats on 2 stuff, but is it that bad? I split the Sunfire off, and I get bulk on 5 units. Does it work on dummy? I mean, we might as well test, right? It works on dummy. It's fucking worth it.
Every soul shall serve.
Bilgewater, your king has returned.
Game sucks. All right, let me keep rolling. Let me shift the thing upwards and maybe push the Reaver King up as well, just so that I have more frontline. But it's good to know that bulk works on dummy. Like I'm telling you, this augment is not balanced. I got like the worst version of the augment and it's still not balanced. This is the only unit I wanted, actually. Holy shit. Maybe it can't be gold, right? It has to be Shriko this game.
Survive. Fight. Survive. Fight.
Shrinko Mechano, probably Shrinko again. These losses are looking kind of bad. We will frontline the Karma. Ah, maybe that's better. Oh, I don't think I want that. That might be the biggest fucking bait of all time. Fuck, the shed is so good, but I think it's actually like a giga bait. Because I already have like, you're not gonna be able to get any value off this spat. If you spirit someone, sure you can take out this, but you still already have enough Ionian units to be good. Like you Ionian Heimer, which is not bad. Like you would, but I don't have enough gold to +1 this and to put it in another like unit. If I had GP on the bench, maybe, but it's not. Go.
About time I got my hands dirty.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Water to me.
I was gonna say, if I'm suiciding this Karma, I'm gonna just fucking kill her then. I don't care about the health, right?
Become what they fear.
Oh god, my life is 1 and it's super bad that I didn't fucking hit Nyla 2 here.
The river swells.
Nyla,
I'm about to ruin your day.
you guys see the guide to how to beat rogues? It's with this positioning. If you do it here, oh, but you can't have anything here. Oh fuck. Oh, that's fine. I'm dead. Pretty sure. I'm not dead. Nyla's beast mode. I'm seeing veg. Yeah, I didn't get many items this game.
The shadows.
Is Shen 1 already better than Aurelia 2? You know, honestly, probably. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna spread 2 item bulk, but probably not 3.
The river of fate drowns the unworthy.
Read this. Spread 2 item bulk, right? If I spread 3, it's kind of iffy. My shed is just not taking enough if I spread 3, I think. It's bad. Like, the problem is like, I've stabilized, kind of, but I'm at such low life that I just hit a high roller and he just beats my ass, and I'm just going. So, like, it sucks that, like, I couldn't really stabilize before, but my items are really weird. I had 3 tank items and 2 components, right? And, like, a spat. So it was hard to kind of get anything going, and then my augment turned out to be a dud, kind of. Like, a pretty big dud. Do I even make this? I think I need Shen really bad, and I don't make this. Like I hit this guy, just die, right? Val clutch Shen, yeah. Shen, that was great. Great item for Jarvan, great item for Shen. Am I dead? This guy looks really fucking strong. Double trouble, but he doesn't have Swain 3, which is really good.
Become what they fear.
Am I alive? I'm dead. Yeah, this game sucked. It's one of those games where I feel bad about not rerolling, actually. It's fine. I'm gonna go. It's fine. Morley Pegro, about 50 bucks. Thank you so much. I feel like I got owned this game. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. Okay, what the fuck? This just came out like 30 minutes ago. Competitive ruling, James Duo King 1 Stevenson. Okay. And I remember this guy. I think he used to be Consensual Clown, really good Soraka player. I think he went to AD at some point. And it's just like repeatedly violated by the NACL rule set. So apparently he tried to go NACL, which is like path to pro, by repeatedly employing harmful, offensive, vulgar language in game on a public Discord of over 700 users and public social media accounts. Further violated the rules by sharing confidential communications, making derogatory public comments toward its staff. Consequently, is banned from anything for 2 years. And like, I start reading this because I was just glancing at the side. I'm like, holy shit, what the hell, man? Received anonymous complaints according to used insulting, like whatever, all this bad language. Then on stream, he invited viewers to find the identity of the anonymous reporter, referred to Riot Games staff and the compiled evidence of derogatory language, and equated the enforcement to fascism. Like, holy fuck. And if you keep reading, an investigator revealed that he owned and operated a public Discord and 700 computers where he posted highly offensive and vulgar language directed at individuals. Investigation freely displayed appropriate similar stuff on his Twitter account. Perceived the derogatory language in reference to perceived mental acuity of multiple individuals, claiming another individual suffered from mental health issues due to the effect of domestic abuse, and supporting images insulting the person's appearance. Bro, I've never seen someone try to say stuff like this. I'm just like, what?
I win.
Ah. Yeah, I haven't seen Riot do something like that to a player in a long time. Also, I feel way better about that Ionia comp to reroll early because oh, is this the health stacking one? Yeah, I forgot which one this was. Hold up. Oh, me to CC. Get baited by BoxBox. No, I'm not baited, bro.
I carry my family with me.
I mean, I have IE plus Diana. It definitely feels like a Slayer route. For people who don't know, the way Slayers works is you play Kiana, like rogue carry with Kiana Graves, but I actually think Graves is much better than Kiana here. It's a more consistent carry a lot of times.
That's where you belong. In the dirt.
Let us see whose spirit is stronger.
Oh, I don't know if I like it. If you're re-rolling, you don't want to AFK. You lose too many shots. Is this even good? I mean, it looks pretty good, actually. Second Kiana.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
What about Slayer spot? Okay, well, I'm not getting that, so. Alright. Since I've played this comp maybe once in my fucking life. What are optimal items? Wait, I died.
Darkness.
Watch this.
Sterix Flex Club. That's how it feels like. The thing is, do I even play Ixtal? It feels like a weird thing to play. I was told by Solus the most important part of this, the item for this comp is lifesteal. Because like that's how this comp like actually does well.
We did it. Yeah.
Which means I'm gonna go BF probably on next item.
I got no time for games.
Do I ever go 3 Ixtal? Because I don't have to play 4 rogue, right? Which is the worst rogue? I probably want to not play cat, right? Because you probably need Noxus to make cat perform. And I could play a Jinx plus Echo for Gunner, and fuck it. I'm like freestyling this a little bit, so I don't really know. Yeah, that feels right. That feels right for sure. What is a support item? Is that good for my comp? I feel like I get baited by support items. Probably pretty bad. Outside of Flex Sterix PT. Yeah, it'd be great if I got Zeke's, but what if I get the other one again? And is that not that great, right? We got support item? Oh no. Wait. Well, this is the best. Wait, what do I put this on then? I am not sure. I'm assuming it's not Cleaver. Yeah. I guess how you put it on Jinx. It's fine. Hey, Amelia. Oh no, Amelia sucks ass. I mean, I'm down to play on Amelia for now, but
I command you to die. Blood for Noxus.
does this not look like I skipped Graves angle? Anyone? Any knowers? This looks like I just level and skip Graves, right?
We are to fight now? Let's go!
Really great loss. Sucks that I lost here, but super great loss. I probably go 6 and start rerolling. Fever Cat can be pogged. Nah, she probably dies too much. But we'll see. Fever Nico. But then you'd have to put Nico here, right? On this hex, which seems hey, where is the hex? Interesting. It's not terrible. I feels bad. I don't think I'm running 3 this game, man. Right? Wait, that heck looks kind of bad.
That's where you belong. In the dirt.
Will not lie. Probably should went Titans here, but it's okay. Do I want? I think I want.
Dawn is the future.
Oh, it's fucking Robo. Oh hell yeah. I'm very happy with my Jinx then. Yeah, I kind of want to fucking slam IE. I think we're going 6 and rolling, just doing Jinx rerolls, man. As well. Oh, there's another Jinx player. It's fine. I mean, I'm 6 probably here, right? 3-5. Not this. Dedication means I can play 6 rogue. Seems really bad. Do I really want cybernetic bulk? That also seems bad. It's just a gold diff. I'm not getting baited by this bullshit. Fuck off.
I carry my family with me.
I should level 2. Sorry, I was thinking about some random stuff, but like everything I'm thinking about makes no fucking sense. Like I can level here, but I'd be too low HP, so I really want to level and start rolling for stuff. I'm just a hard 6 this game, I think. You're a Roman Empire, bro. That's not me.
Blood for Noxus.
What is my +1 here?
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Seems pretty good. Might just be Nico, right?
This place could
Actually,
use some reshaping.
I carry my family with me.
there's a fucking Slayer here. What the hell? Okay, I'm going for BIS items. I really shouldn't. I should just slam Guardbreaker and then slam BT afterwards. But that's definitely like a hardcore grief, but it's fine. Ooh, and an Echo pair? That's sick. That's sick. All right, so I guess I can just go Slayer here. Is it really Quinn over fucking... I guess it's always Aatrox, but like you can never find Aatrox. Maybe I just find Mordekaiser and pray to God. Can Darker Thing dump to dummy? I hope not. You really need a spike in the mid game for this comp because you will probably bleed out later, right?
Zone's future's about to get brighter.
I got no time for
I'll do
games.
this. Down for this, I guess. This is later.
Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
I mean, my rolls seem kind of bad. Like, I'm pretty sure I don't play 3, but for now, 3 is pretty good. Mainly, oh wait, 3 doesn't give you the heal. 3 sucks ass. Why am I playing 3? My bad. Wait, I thought 3 gave you the heal as well. 3 does not. Hey, eat that.
We did it! Yeah!
Excel gives you, yeah, like an earlier set mechanic, pretty much. If you play during set 2.
Turn it up!
Bro, I don't even have Graves 2 yet. Like, please, man, please.
Last word. No, just that.
I carry my family with me.
I probably want more frontline than backline. I need frontline to make sure Quinn doesn't fuck, or this unit doesn't fucking die instantly. Kind of my shred, you know? Also, I realized I should have just put the shred on fucking Graves, man. Or even Kiana, because I don't know if the shred can get to backline. But it's okay.
That's
Yeah, I haven't even found Graves too.
I carry my family with me.
I command you to die.
Oh my god, I found Graves too. It's a dub.
Dawn is the future.
I might as well go Echo 3 here, right? I've never built Echo before, but I'm pretty sure it's isn't the old school way. Hodge Hodge is like the old school way of doing it. Kind of looks like it is. I got another duplicator. You're fucking with me, man. Are you sure I need to roll to...
Dawn is the future.
Ah, this place could use some reshaping. Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
Pretty sure I just watch this. Fuck it, it's fine. This guy got the support item Radiant Virtue. Is the best item in the game for his comp. Oh, I was told, okay, so you guys told me Slayer's pretty good. What do I put Slayer on? Cat or Echo? Probably Echo from this position, right?
I command you to die.
I can just go 4 Slayers next, I guess. I mean, do I just... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just... There we go. This sucks then. I should have moved to Hodge. Can't really do anything about it. I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna go into Nashers. Did I put Robo Arm? I think I switched Robo Arm to. Right? Next level, I just put in 4. I mean, do I really care about fucking Slayer for Slayer? If this isn't better, I will be shocked. You like how many different traits there are in this set? Yeah, I like that. But I play TFT differently than normal people. Like, I play TFT like it's my job. Oh, a mystery box? That could be anything. Okay, real talk. If you're at the bottom, you're probably supposed to take health. Because like 10 health for you means a lot more, or 8 health means a lot more than 8 health for the top guy. you know. Ooh, mystery. And it's surprise. We're fucked.
I got no time for games.
I mean, technically I can go 6 Slayer now, but it feels like so bad. All right, this is gonna be weird, but I think I put my Echo into the X-Tall because, oh shit, never mind. I mean, life still does work better when there's multiple things. Rogue is a really weird thing where I feel like it's not easy to tell how strong your board is. Like I play this comp and I'm just like, okay, like what am I supposed to like? How am I supposed to know how my comp goes? There's this weird bleed debuff where like they fucking like shank them when they auto them. There's like a lot of weird omni vamp in the comp. There's some like Ixtal that like reduces damage or sometimes speeds you up or something, and then there's like a free GA and a dash. So it's like, okay, well, some like maybe it's like this or like I don't fucking know, man.
Night, night.
Well, this is awkward.
Keep your enemies close.
Phew.
And me closer.
This is a comp that just like I would never be able to look at this comp and be like, oh yeah, I know exactly what this does on paper. Like no one's gonna fucking ever say that. Like on paper, this comp looks so weird. And I'm pretty good at eyeballing composition. Like, I kind of know how to get to do it, but this one is just. Also, I'm pretty sure this Jinx unit is fucking blows. And instead, what I should have done is I'm gonna switch to Soko. And yeah. The main reason is, I mean, I could do. Oh, there's a way around this. I just go Aphelios Gunner with this, and then that's like pretty much BIS. And I switch this to. Oh, I switched this to Silco, which is still pretty good. Am I winning? Yeah, I am. Hell yeah, we won. Guys, I don't know if I'm gonna win out or not. I have no fucking idea. But somehow I'm second place and the lobby is really close. So usually in situations like this, you wanna just cap out at a certain point. So I would probably want to cap out around level 9. Or 8, sorry. Like, so am I all in here? 56? I mean, fuck it. I mean, we might as well just take one more game or one more round. I'll cap out of this. One power spike here, and then we cap out. Skip 7, do 6 Slayer. I mean, I was thinking about that, but it's also just really awkward. I don't know how to explain this, but is 6 Slayer really that good? I mean, it gives 20% damage bonus to. It's probably the best they can do. I drop these 2 and play 6 Slayer, then I keep Jinx. Or sorry, add 2 Slayer here. The biggest problem is this item is fucking useless. That's first place. Oh, is it more than 40%? Oh shit, it's 80%. Okay, you're right. I'm down. Then I probably don't play this. I'm all in here because the lobby health is too close. I'm not willing to risk it for the biscuit here. I think it's kind of a bait to go for Gunner here when most of my power is not coming from Gunner, right? These are not Gunners. So I'll just go Morello's and see what I can get value-wise out of it. I'm probably switching this to not Gunner either. I'm gonna just sack this for Silka when I see it. But who knows? Maybe I... Okay, I need to go for some units I don't click usually, so... Like, is there any way I'm actually am supposed to skip this shit? Fuck it, Slayer Scion. Fuck it. It can't be bad. If it's bad, then that's just a Riot Games problem, you know? And I get Bruiser. It was meant to be, man. The fuck do I do with my items though? Who can hit the board, man, with Obsidian Cleaver? Can anyone hit the board? Is this Quinn? This? Please, I want to make Quinn too, so it's not really pitiful. Fuck it. Oh, here we go. He's popping off. Boom, boom, boom. Oh. Wait, he sucks. More back here? Ah, yeah. No, you know items are more pretty much.
Now.
I think he needs a lot of AP. Like if I can get a death cap on him, because last time I played him, I played him with like a lot of knocks. I mean, I'm happy that he gets Bruiser as well. Does this work? Rebel better. Nah, he doesn't really hit stuff. See, does this give me the max health after he dies? You know, fuck it. We're gonna find out. I don't play this game yet enough, so I don't know. Did he get extra health? He did get extra health. Cool. I'm just going 9 to play Heimer. DP probably. DP's better in this comp. Oh wait, I can play Rise. What is the Rise in this? Is Ixtal Rise? Who the fuck knows what that does? Anyone Rise players? Hello? Can I tell? Does not fucking tell you. AoE stuff. Oh, that's sick. And it's probably that. This guy did the strat where you can never hit this with Rogue. But if you pull your Rogue back, I think it does go to here. Let me see if it worked. It did not. I would just move my sign there next time. Wait, it's a tank rise? Oh, that's not good. I mean, how much damage is my Scion doing? That's pretty good. Like that's pretty good. I'm not really complaining. I just think he needs more attack speed. I just don't know how to give him attack speed. I need a death cap. Like unironically, I need a fucking death cap on this character. I mean, this guy's board looks so capped. If I beat him here and this guy has all of these units, isn't that like it's just a balance issue? This guy's a Cho Biden board with Cassante 2, Velvet 2, Heimer 2. What the fuck am I playing against? Like what? I had to take a good look at the board to see if there's any. I don't have any. I don't have any scaling. Like actually, there's no way I can win that. It looks weird, but there's no way. I'll play some ads. It's not. It's not about like trying. It's about like. There's. I'd rather just go next game. That is such a disgusting board, man. Like the more I look at it, the more I'm like, holy fuck. He actually has Cho Biden, but he has Heimer 2. Like 4 2-star 5 costs. Like he went reroll into level 9. The guy hit Cho 3 4 3 1 and 30 goal left right streak. Yeah, no, he went crazy. Is that balanced? Yeah, 100% balanced. Like he just hit the nuts. Zanchi, welcome back for 29 months. It like happens. But like I just look at the board, I'm like, if he had like maybe like 2 less 5-cost legendaries, the last fight went the best way it could have gone. Where the Cassante was on my Scion first, and then my Scion ultied out so he couldn't die. And even with the best case scenario, it wasn't fucking close. Level 9 rush is gross. I mean, yeah, I don't know about that. Like, ideally, yeah, all 5 costs should win. It's the most expensive board, but it's really hard to do that. Like, that guy did it because he stabilized with that board. I'm just okay. So here's another question: what is the most fun God Willow Grove board you can play? I've done it with. I tried it at 9 Noxus. It's. I want to say, isn't it Ionia? Because you can get rid of one of the bad Ionias and still play 9.
Shurima is never
I mean, it's. I lost with 9 Shurima before, and I felt fucking bad. I felt like a fucking dumbass. Okay, guys, I know what it looks like, okay? But like, I mean, I got this at level 1. What else am I supposed to do? I'm rolling this for, you should always roll here for a chance at Jace or Echo. Holy fuck.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
I'm not cringe. No, I know what to do here. I am not cringe. I know what to do.
Welcome to Dawn.
This is very exciting.
Well, let's just keep this in just in case, you know.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
We do what we must.
Pretty sure this is. I need to hit tilt over super fast.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
I got no time for games.
I am not gonna lie. If this somehow turns into Cho'Gath and like and I have to play Cho because there's literally nothing I can do, then it turns into Cho'Gath, you know? This guy's playing Jinx. This guy's playing my board.
I will tear the world asunder.
Curiosity. I don't know what they could test. That's too many people going show for me to win.
Every step, a new journey.
Watch this.
I got no time for games.
There are 3 people going Jinx this game? That is not good. I should reroll Samira or some shit, man. No joke. Can you believe I have not with trade sector? I have not fucking hit yet. Like what? Okay, let me go see how many people are playing Jinx. I think it was 2 other ones, right? 1, 2, me, 3. If I chose. Yeah, but that wasn't the combo I was going for.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Do I sell 2 of these to make econ and just roll 2? This guy benched his board. Whatever, man. Free gold. It just means actually.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain. Justice will be served.
Fuck off, guess 4 already. He's not going Jinx. It's just me and the other guy.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
This Sunblast was for here. So what are you rolling Jinx? Yeah, I mean the comp could support more than one.
Who needs a beat down?
We are to fight now? Let's go!
I got no time for games.
Gold here. Buy 2 though. I don't know if I even won buy 2. Okay.
There, history.
for Piltover.
This gunner looks kind of useless. I could have gotten even shroud though, honestly. Probably have been fine. I think I'm just win streak built over, honestly. That's okay. Slam, slam, go hurricane. This guy showed 3 with those items.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain. The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Like it's like one choke guy hit that's gonna go like top 2 for sure. As long as I farm the other choke guys, it's fine. I feel like lose streaking here is really bad. It sucks that I have Piltover and I'm win streaking, but it's also just like whatever, man. What am I supposed to do about it, man?
Dawn is the future.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
What really sucks is I feel like this guy got really lucky hitting Luce's. I just don't play Piltover later, and that's okay. You just drop by. Not a big deal. In the meantime, I'm just playing Piltover and getting some econ. Like, this guy is so fucking flush, you know? Okay. No big deal. Did I get decon here or I get hurricane? It's probably hurricane if I can grab it. Sucks. Who got that? Dude, it sucks when you're playing something and like your arch nemesis plays something. Oh, he has 2 healthy. Oh, he is actually chilling. Wow, he got like the best augment for that. Holy moly.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Aim for GS? Oh no. The only question is if it's worth green for Echo 3. I might just stack Echo this game. Maybe I hold on to buy, yeah. I mean, if I do hit buy 3, it's probably fine. I can just play what buy.
There will be peace in the frail
Hold on
board.
to class
I
here.
will forge it.
I think I want to hold this base as well.
For Piltover.
It's actually kind of nice that I've lost the last 2 rounds. If I lose this round, I can still cash out for like I was hoping I would lose this round. Okay, I probably have to not play by this game, or like maybe I cash and then we'll see. It sucks because I took this augment for gold and duplicator, and I've not hit another jinx, and I'm playing trade sector, so like I should be hitting. It just feels very awful. Oh, I hit 1. It feels awful that I haven't hit 1 yet, honestly. Oh, from the, or more than 1, I guess.
Welcome to Zon!
I got no time for games.
Ionia. Place is so damn quiet before I came along.
Violet. This 3. Not good. It's alright. Maybe we just go chase 3, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely leveling to 7 next rounds and just rolling my life away. I definitely think I'm just playing for top 40 this game. This game has a lot of high roller, like this game has high rollers and like low rollers, and like I'm definitely one of the low rollers. Maybe I'm in the middle, like middle low of the pack, and I need to get out. Like I need to get out of this game. This game is not for me. Runner Crown Jace. I mean, I would have to hit.
Ionia. Place was so damn quiet before I came along.
For Piltover. Energize.
There will be peace in the frail board. I will forge it.
Okay, hold up.
I will rule the Freljord.
My 3 dream is dead, I guess. Yeah, it sucks that we hit 6 ashes and I have no board space to hold shit. Really bad.
For Piltover.
Justice will be served.
Sorte. Hear my name and know my strength.
I missed Aphelios. Fuck me. Guys, I have not seen a Jinx yet. Like, is that not crazy? Yeah, like, I feel like I got robbed this game, man. I have fucking golden ticket. I have no combat augments, and I only have stuff to roll for units. And I have nothing. Like, literally nothing. Things that are left in the pool, enough.
I won't be denied.
Set sail! There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
I feel like useless here.
More Piltover.
Dawn is the future.
Duplicate? No, that's not what you want. You want to hit one of these with Jinx, so you can duplicate the Jinx. The most out of the pool. Pretty sure I'm guaranteed to hit Jace in the next round or so.
Energize.
The void has breached this place.
Every soul shall serve.
I mean, technically, if I lose this by one, it's pretty good for me. This guy's double Animal Visage. What the fuck? Please, man. That's a pretty good loss. This by two.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
This game is so weird, man. I just need to hit one Jinx too. Oh man. Yeah, it sucks. It's not bad.
Yeah! Teamwork!
The best item here. More damage? Probably.
Aphelios.
Wait, I'm good. Now I just need to hit and I'm fine. It should be easy, right? All I need to do is hit the one of these just needs to turn into Jinx. I'm good to go. I'm so confident actually that I'm just gonna go Nico the oh, we can't. Nice. I'm gonna Nico the Echo when I see it. Gunner was fast 8 to get Aphelios GPN. I mean, if you're playing Piltover, it's never been fast 8. You die if you go fast 8. And also, my board wasn't good enough to go fast 8. But you know what? If it hits this, sure.
Sean's future's about to get
Oh, rogue. That's not good. Can anyone kill this unit? Like, excuse me? Oh, in overtime maybe, yeah, right? Come on! This game is the worst game of all time. Like, is this unit killable at all? Okay, hopefully I don't play against a... Do I lose this? Looks like I do. Ah, but I am not last and we take those. You know, that's fine. I probably lose all 30 of my points, but it's okay. Yeah, it's fine. I saved it even more. I'm gonna play some. Yeah, I got scammed by... No, I got... The biggest thing is I got scammed by my fucking reroll. Like, that game was just really unlucky. You can't promote... I mean, the money is whatever. Okay. That was unlucky. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Cardinal archaeology. Oh, what is really good with this? I definitely think I do not want to play a game where it's cardinal, because if you're playing Lee Sin, the first Lee Sin augment is not very good on silver, so you put yourself at a disadvantage compared to other players.
Bilge water.
Oh, this is gonna be such a disgusting game. Are you gonna do any more merch lines? I have something planned, but it's probably not coming out for forever.
Ionia still stands.
This is the most disgusting reroll board, by the way. Would highly recommend not playing this. This is like a really bad one. So sorry, when I say bad, I mean degenerate, because everyone's gonna reroll some garbage. Everyone gets free rerolls at 2-1-3-1, so everyone rerolls like. Really degenerate stuff.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
I actually want to sell this and buy. There is actually a really cool Kale reroll comp, but I didn't find any kills really. This game really sucks. In game could be. I don't want to play Cho. Like, I take this not to play Cho. But like, if I have to, you know.
We do what we must.
Is it silver? Bronze. That is not good. Once I get broken, it's really bad. You can't roll. Stage 1, man.
There's a saying, never fight Ionians on their home soil.
Oh, wait, but you have slaughter docks, so you can roll. Oh, fuck.
Where there is evil,
You are right.
I shall go. Where there is evil, I shall go. Righteous glory.
Darkness.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
I don't want to play Cho this game. I found 0 games though.
I got no time for games.
Oh.
There's a saying, never fight Ionians
Know what
on
I'm
their home
playing.
soil.
I hit the nuts. Wait, everyone rerolled, so everyone hit the nuts. Okay. Perfect. Oh, it's Willy Watcher. They fixed it, bro. You're streets behind. Sick reference, I know. Wait, don't tell me my inconsistency is gonna be perfect here. It was not. Do you have recognition or resources? Someone trying to learn what the fuck to do in this game? I just watch streamers and play. That's my recommendation. I understand that that is not a great one. I generally speaking, I feel like you just watch a lot, play a lot. And then there's like websites you can go to that show you like top comps that can, and items that can give you a good idea of what to play if you're completely lost. Experience, pain to learn. I mean, what are you looking for? Like, what game right now can you play that's multiplayer where that's not the case? Like, I feel like you're trying to like find some sort of fast track to do that, but it's like very difficult. Usually I would just recommend finding a unit you like to play, finding a comp that works with it, and then going from there. It's overwhelming, not info. I mean, I
one life to give for Ionia. I must
think compared to any other strategy game, that is not true. Maybe, honestly, possible. Overwhelming for new players. I could see that for sure. But it's also something where I'm like, okay, well, but like it's also like in terms of I guess I have a different opinion. But it is possible it is overwhelming. It's overwhelming, Scarra, you're wrong. I mean, sometimes yeah, they are wrong. But I can understand that there's no comparison point, that it can be overwhelming.
Killing you will be one of my finest.
I'm not saying, oh, Aurelia and her two sisters. So I just said, nah, no, I woke up too late. And she's busy today. Yeah, I think a lot of the competitive games are just overwhelming at first. It's hard to break it down. Like, look at League or Dota. It's really difficult. And I think other strategy games tend to simplify it a little bit better. I will admit that. So when you're playing stuff like RTSs, you can only build small amounts of stuff early, and you get more and more options the higher you go. And that's, while that's still kind of true here, I don't know how true it is, you know.
Let's start the show.
Like, you're given a lot early.
I have but one life.
And I can understand why it can be overwhelming.
I must make it count. There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Let's start the show.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Like that.
Killing you.
How much do I roll here? Oh, I'm rolling deeper for sure now that I hit.
This is very exciting.
There's a saying, never fight Ionians on their home soil.
Probably sell this because I'm not going to be able to make 40 without selling.
There's a saying, never fight Ionians on their home soil.
I mean, do I need a lesser champion duplicator?
Killing you will be one of my finest attacks.
All right. All right, real talk. I don't really know what to build for. Okay, this is the one time that like sometimes we're using stats is pretty good. In terms of like what do people generally play on units. Like so usually my thing that I build on this is GS Gunblade, and I'm curious what other items are okay with this. Oh, I need a Last Whisper by comp somewhere. Shit. So this goes Last Whisper, but after that, I would never build this. I would never build this. It's probably something like Guardbreaker. I would just generally speaking want to know how good Hurricane is. Hurricane's way better than I thought. So okay, Hurricane is like pretty darn good. I thought Hurricane was a bad thing. Also, don't worry about inconsistency, because the thing is, it gives you 2, but I gain 3 gold for lose streaking. So once you get to like the 5 losses, you're fine, and then now you get more gold pat. Inconsistency is great because it's just like you don't have to do anything and you're still getting a lot of gold. The next thing I'm gonna build is this for this and just go 6 Ionia. So we're just spam leveling. Probably never gonna hit set 3 then. Yeah, it gives you a very consistent income. You're right. So I think here I just go for Last Whisper. I think it's by far the best item, and you can just put on Ash and it hits, generally speaking, most of the board. Make sure to hold Darius as well, because you want to eventually go for Vanquisher, and you're chilling. I think for TFT, it's one of those games where you can skip the learning curve quite easily. How did someone phrase it? Oh god, someone phrased it like this: like TFT is one of the only games where you can watch professional players, and if you're like really good at games, you can play with them inside 6 months. And that's not true for everyone, but it's that kind of game where like it's actually surprisingly intuitive once you pick it up, and the top end is really crazy. Like the difference between getting to masters and playing like dish soap is like a fucking universe apart. If you watch the decisions that some like really great players make, you're just like, holy fuck, this guy's not fucking human kind of deal. I'm down for Guardbreaker. Yeah, it's like most strategy games, it's not mechanically intensive, which is good. I feel like there are already so many mechanically intensive games out there. Like if you want mechanics, like every game is usually for you, you know? Hurricane sets are also they love you just so slam it. It's one of the best early game AD items. That's true. I hate slamming Hurricane early, but it's like what you're supposed to do. I think when you start slamming Hurricane early, you really, the people who do that, you could tell are like actually good players.
If I don't kill you, Son will.
Are you gonna make your shit because they can't create and they're supposed to have favorable interactions? That's what I thought. Maybe that's just a statistical lie though, and I can just not go from this position. I mean, from this position, you're pretty much just going 6 Ionia, right? And you're probably skipping the Ionian Ash and Ionian Set because you're so far away. Sometimes you roll at 6 in this comp a lot to get these 2-star, but like this is one of those games where it's like hell no. More than likely, what happens is you get to 6, you just sell this unit, put this Last Whisper on your other Ionian unit, you're good to go. Oh, nice. I'm inconsistently good.
Now we prove our courage.
Stats can lie. I never expected you to be the one to say that. I feel like I should trust stats more after you said that. I feel like I'm getting fucking baited. The fucking stat man telling me stats can lie. You guys always level here. You have a lot of extra gold.
I never hold back. The void
Wow.
has breached this place.
You allow extra free rolls, right?
Stand ready.
Woo! Let's fucking go.
Shurima is not
How the fuck did I hit a Fiora too? What the fuck? This guy's gonna look at my board and be like, what the fuck? Watch, he's gonna ping it in like 2 seconds. Oh, he didn't ping it. Oh, I thought I knew people.
Ionia speaks through me.
Oh, what the fuck? It's Nintendo. I can play Vanquisher Fiora? Not even that bad? Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Sure. I mean, like, why not, you know?
So must I.
And the eyes are pretty good, right? She gets damage. She gets healing. She gets damage. He died. What the fuck? There's no way I lost this. What the fuck, man? I mean, I just go 6 Vanquisher, right? Drop to 3 Ionia.
Ionia.
Sell, like, I sell this.
Before I came along.
Seems not bad, right? I mean, unless I get an Ionian spat, that'd be pretty good. Like 6 Vanquisher. I feel like 6 Vanquisher without items on the other two, kind of bad. I also feel like without, I feel like I'm gonna eventually move this to someone else. When I roll, I actually think I'm stable, but maybe I'm not. I'm definitely making GS here, right? What the fuck, man? Is this genuine fake? Anyone know? I'm about to play Vanquisher fucking Is it actually just Vanquisher Mord?
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Noxus will rise. Defy Noxus and taste your own blood.
I mean, I just take out the other thing, right? I mean, is this even worth my time? I feel like it's not. I should just do this to slow more of the board. Just sell these, I guess. No way I get a spat here, right? Pretty much impossible. Okay, I like how the comp turns out. I go Annihilate here at 8. We roll a lot at 5-1 because you're given free rolls and you're good to go. Hopefully I get a Gunblade here, but if I don't, it's okay. And I hopefully want to get Ash 3 if possible.
Survive. Fight.
Ooh, is that 1 life or 2? That seems like a really low amount. What's default? What's default for stage 5? Is it 6? I could technically lose by 6 + 1, right? You gotta eventually switch this to Mordekaiser if I can find it.
Ionia still stands! The void has breached this place.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Every soul shall serve.
What's that game? I think making sure only works if you have a lot of items on your units. Go play some ads. This game kind of sucks. Did a frontline dip? No. It's weird because I feel like I hit really hard, but I guess I just go 6 Ionia from that position. And I re-rolled the Vanquisher spat because that's not it. It sucks that I hit Fiora 2 there and it just didn't feel that great. But maybe it was just like I just play 4 Vanquisher or 5 Vanquisher, I guess, and then put in Challenger. But it just felt weird. It's maybe I put 3 Demacia in. The Demacia's the problem is there's only one good Demacia unit, Jarvan, and then the other one is only if you play Slayers, which kind of happened but kind of didn't. Yeah, I feel like I should have popped off there, but should have is a strong word. I'm just surprised that Naked Fiora or like no trait Fiora was so weak. I really thought it would be better. No joke. Really thought it would be better. 3-5. Oh wait, she did have Challenger. Oh my god. Wait. Oh wait, she even had Challenger too and it felt that weak.
Guess we're fighting. I carry my family with me.
I kind of want to play the kill comp because if I'm going first or 8th, I might as well just try to go first. But it requires a really specific item build and just hitting a shitload of kills.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
We'll see.
I am here to test souls.
Oh, Soko's broken right now. I think I do this and I sell the Graves question mark. Let me sell the Renekton. It doesn't look like I'm playing that.
Ionia still stands!
Let us see whose spirit is stronger.
Bro. I am so is Bastion hard okay? It feels really bad. Do I just go unified? Is it Will pretty good? I'm pretty sure Will sucks ass. Especially this early. Pretty sure it's this.
I am here to test souls.
Well, you guys ever see someone play Flex before? Pretty sure I'm guaranteed Flex this game. Which means I've actually never played Silco Flex before, but I guess this is the first time. Usually what happens if you play Flex is you're eventually playing Azir Silco Nasus.
Name Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Okay, let me go ahead and me looking for comps because I have no idea how to play this comp and I've never played it before in my fucking life. It's Silco, right? So what is the standard Silco comp? Let me think. 2 sorcerers. I'm probably, oh, it's fine. I got it. It's just Tarek Nasus +1 Jug. Warwick to give Zon. Right? Yeah, I got it. It's 4 Jugs as your Swain. That seems like it's such a low cap though. I really want to play 4 Jug as your Swain.
Next breath, my fear lust.
That is a good hit. They're on the Fari Aatrox. Yeah, I mean that cap seems low. But I get it's cheap. It's a cheap cap though. Wow. I'm that guy who double levels to 5 on T3. It's okay. We need the win streak. Unified is great with additional units. But yeah, the reason you don't go Indomitable because like the CC reduction does nothing from you. It's like if you had the ability to have any item in the game at level 1 and you choose QSS over Rage Blade, like one of them is going to give you much more value, you know, or QSS over Warmog. The CC immunity is only relevant if like when you get to late game. That augment is just trash until then. Yo, I kind of want this pack. Okay, well, sure. If I play Silco, what do I want? Wow, you can actually just build anything here. Does Silco use Morello well? For sure, right? Like, there's no way he doesn't. I know it's... I'm probably not gonna slam it. I think it's a low impact slam on this unit. It's a single target. I almost am gonna sell. I think I'm gonna sell this. The chance I hit Swain on this round to spike my board is probably... Actually, Swain is actually... Swain's kind of important in this game. Fuck, I have to sell. No, I have to sell. Like, fuck Swain, man. Did dog cost him backwards on purpose? No, I thought it was not backward. What's Ixtal right now? Electric. They take damage. They are... Oh. These stun people. I don't really want to stand right now. 5 streaks. Easy peasy.
Noxus will rise.
No. I fucking sold Nefari because I'm fucking trolling.
I don't kill you, son will.
Wow, I'm really playing Azir Silco Flex this game. Okay, so I have this. Okay. Yeah, I'm rich. This is one of those games where I feel like it's just a guarantee top 2. But we'll see.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
That's not good. I did not want it to go this, because now how good is this? I think it's not what I want. You know what sucks? I might lose a round here because everyone else spiked. And that feels really bad. I took this because I kind of felt like I had to, you know? I didn't really want to. You need to take something that spikes your board to keep your win streak, right? So I had Unleashed Arcana or this. You can't take Wellness because you would not, like, you would lose more gold than you gain, essentially. So it's kind of sucks I got put in this weird position where I took something that I didn't super want, but it's okay.
Noxus will rise.
I mean, it's good I hit that guy before he rolled. Oh, this guy's fucking huge. Felt like kind of bad, but this guy's kind of huge. Okay, today, I mean, I'm playing Silco Flex. I just don't know. The problem is, how good is this item on Silco? I guess it's okay as your item. You just negate the AD and everything else is good, right? Except like the health is kind of whatever. These are Aatrox items, by the way, for sure. But I don't know if I can get to Aatrox. What if I do double Infinity Edge Nasus? Is that weird? Glasses there over. I mean, I was never gonna wear it more than I wasn't. I mean, I still have it. I want this for, oh no, man. Forge one? No, probably not. What is this? Oh my fucking god, I forgot it had this. Bro, get off my carry. I mean, okay. How the fuck do I play this comp? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Let me visualize it better on the website. Okay. For Juggernaut strategist is this. So this is I put the Juggernaut spell on Jarvan, play strategist with Rage Blade. Who the fuck do I put these Trinity forces on? Fuck it, they're built-in team planner. The built-in team planner sucks. Like, I don't know how else to explain it. It is really very mediocre. Do I really just Trinity one? I think I do. I think I Trinity one. Trying to go for BIS items right now is fucking stupid. Level up me, 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 level up me. What the forage is interesting. Is it really good? Wait, they changed it. Oh, do I just build random items?
Hear my name and know my strength.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Okay, don't care. Bucket. I think Cypress focus on zero. I don't really think it's that good. Need
Hear my name and know my strength. It fears us.
I want to sell my Azir and put fucking 3 of these onto Aatrox. Is that weird to me? Does it matter what item I get? It does not, right? Because it just transforms into the other fucking item when you make something.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
I can't report it. Fuck. I just don't play these two, right? We're still playing 4.
Shurima is never lost.
You should have left home years ago.
I mean, these Ari items look kind of good, right? Oh my god, my Ari did 8.2k. Holy fuck. I actually think the Deathfire is not good. Oh, it's fine. She does. Is this just my comp? I just don't even play Silco. Looks fine. But do I need to... I think I need to go 9. I probably... Is Strategist OP? Like, do I... Oh, I don't fucking know, man. I think I go 9, though. Just curious, what is this? Like, not bad. But what if I just... What if I do it over Darkin? There's no way this is good, right? As long as I get the Nasus in for 2 Shurima, do I really play fucking Darkin?
Witness the strength of Noxus.
It's 9 Shurima, but it's not. You know? But it's really not. With Cassante, yeah, but you're running a shitty unit, is what I'm saying. Like, it's not worth it. Also, isn't my board fucking terrible? Like, I do have a lot of like ton of 1-stars. I don't have Nasus. But I will say this Ari looks like she can win me the game by herself. Also, this Azir is kind of slaps. It's 75% attack speed, 75 armor, 75 MR, 75 AD. Are with DFG Bandit means you get DFG plus? Yeah, but it's just 25%, right? Like, essentially, like, Guardbreaker would do the same, but the thing is, this gives me 50 AP as well, which is really nice. Like, I'm pretty sure my cap is, I'd rather play 6 Juggernaut as a cap than play anything else. I sell this for two more Juggernauts, sell this, double Jug. Realistically, though, it's probably just, this goes for Nasus. I play 4, and I play, like, some random bullshit. Oh, yes, I mean, the Cyber Focus is broke. It's her best item. Actually, a lot. The problem is this unit kind of isn't using the armor and Mar well. Like, it really should go on a front line. Like, I'd much rather put these 3 on Aatrox than anything else. But it's like, I would have to, like, I need Azir too, so I would need to hold another Azir. And then you play Azir with no items? Like, that just sounds bad. Like, I would just then not play Azir. Also, look at how many Jarvans are gone this game. This is like a weird game. Reforge, that sounds bad. Why am I playing against someone who has BP2? I love people trying to kill my Azir and then it's so tanky. It's so like they can't do it, man. Nothing matters what I take here, right? It's always what the forge is. I just want high cost or something I'm putting in my comp. I guess Vanquisher doesn't forge, right? It's the only exception. I guess I take the Scion. Did they nerf what the forge? It seems pretty good.
All according to plan.
Let's help.
Noxus will rise.
Isn't this awful? Like, what? Oh, I'm putting this on GP, right? Yeah. For the Street Triforce, I mean, I wouldn't. It's just good. Hey, look at this guy trying to beat me. But can he beat triple Triforce? Or he can if he fucking goes. Okay, never mind. Fine, you just sack 2 and then you go 8 next stage. So holy fucking fine.
Is not of this time.
Wait, what do I give up? Why do I want to play this? Am I ever playing Soko without? I mean, with Mana Zane, it's possible to play Soko actually. I mean, how good is Soko? Soko's pretty darn good, right? And it's virulent, which is pretty darn good. Oh, there's already 2 Soko 2s out though. There's no way I'm playing Soko.
Survive.
All I know about this game is once I hit RE2, do I not just win the game? This is so funny, by the way.
Let the monster out. Survive. Fight.
Oh yeah, let's go, bait. Yeah, let's see what I got my roll down.
Sword will fight back.
Oh, this guy has fucking BIS. Oh, he means a light. Oh, it looks pretty good. I don't know what this guy's talking about.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Take out the scent.
Oh, is Ionia Rise good? That's so good.
For great science!
Battle, yes. Shurima is not of this time.
I mean, don't I just play Noah's Ear and I play Belveth on this with these items? Right? These Heimer items I'm gonna reforge, by the way, because these are complete dog shit. Pretty sure I get rid of Swain and Azir and play better items, better units. Go. Fuck it. It really sucks, right? Because I win the game if I find Ari. But instead I found Rise, Belveth, and 3 Scions. But like, so I just missed finding the only units that mattered. Look at It's Freaky Friday. You just get 2 Triforces.
This will put a wrench in their plans.
I want this GP so badly, but how do I even get it? Isn't this GP awesome with my comp? I sell. Sell Jarvan as well, I guess. Like, oh, thank God. Like, don't I? Oh my God! The fact that I can't win this at level 9 with my board with my items is fucking crazy. By the way. Nope. JK, I won. Hey, 80, welcome back for 3 months. Thanks for subbing. God bless. Yeah, I it's just a Jarvan too. I actually didn't have any frontline until then. Like, no joke, this game was so weird. Like, I won, but like, what the fuck happened this game? How's the TFT grind going? I went 1-1-1-3-1 to Masters, but then it's been rough a little bit. But it's okay. I got it. PSG Jake, welcome back for 25 months. No place mods. No, it's fine. I got it. I got it. It's okay. I need to play so much TFT, man. I can't touch grass at all. I have so many games I need to play. Oh, I'm a loser this week. But you know, it'll all be good if I just do well at all of my stuff. What did I get in the tourney? Top 4. I think this is a degenerate one. I do not want to fucking play this. I'm even down for Cardinal Archaeology. Will we stream the Apex tournament? Yeah, of course. What tournament am I in that I don't stream? It's like the only ones you're not allowed to stream are if I'm playing like AGLS. ALGS?
A little something from Targa.
One of those. Use Okia. Welcome back for 24 months. I will say, if I was playing one of those, that'd be fucking hype. I didn't tell you. If all of a sudden you see me fucking beating up Timmy on Broken Moon or something. Is it not ALGS? Wait, what is it called? Competitive Apex. It's called ALGS. See, I told you guys. Stop fucking gaslighting me, man. You're gonna continue your Baldur's Gate 3 single player one? Ask me again in a week. Like, you cannot ask me now. I am like actually fucking swamped.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
What are these items? Ooh, these items look kind of weird. Let's just take this for now. I probably am not playing Kale, so we take this. And I am chilling. 5 item opener. And we're playing Summit.
We do what we must.
Okay, not this. Not this. Bro. Probably just unified.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
Do I just play AP, I guess? Kind of looks like I just play AP, right? Like, how important is Spark in AP comps? Probably pretty important. But I can't fucking really do that, so we're doing this, I guess. I can't use my items well if I do that, I don't think. And I did not get my augment at all. Holy fuck. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That's a next round thing.
Keep your enemies close and me closer.
Perfect. It's perfect, guys.
I am here to test souls.
Did the proceedings have you confirmed you're a 410 furry? Is it really 410s or increasing over time? Well, maybe you can ask me when I have my furry calculator out. What head? Welcome back for 21 months. Thanks for something. Wait, it's built over. Wait, it's built over.
I may be merciful.
Oh no. Can I really play Piltover? I feel like it's no point. I'm win streaking already. There's really no point. Like, this is like sinful, but like I don't think I can do it. I don't think I've ever passed a Piltover before until now, but I feel like, especially with how the game's gonna go, I think it's a good chance where I don't. You know, honestly, my front line kind of sucks. I should have played Piltover here. If I lose this, I should have played Piltover. Yeah. Yeah. If I didn't play Piltover, I should just double level. It's, yeah. I fucked up. My bad. But did I fuck up? Because actually, I can play Piltover now. Oh? Yeah, I ended for tier on carousel. It's actually worth it. Giga worth it. Hey? Okay, how's this look? Kind of bad. Kind of doo-doo, I would say. Fuck it, we win, we get 1 gold. We lose, we get future gold. It's just a win-win. I win? Yeah, that's literally what I just said.
Yes, I am a weapon.
Okay. Ooh, another gold. Alright, real talk, if I ever hit a Swain, I'm just dropping this build over. It's just awful, man. I got 2 gold though, which is great. Holy fuck.
Fade and be gone.
Do I ever just
Always on the run.
Nico the... Oh, sell this Nico stone plates? Oh, no, but I do this.
For Targa. For Piltover.
With this summit, you kind of want to play stuff that goes into like 4 cost, 5 costs, I think. That eventually scales into there. Win streak built over, by the way. No, I don't think I want sword. Probably not this. 15 gold. Lesser dupe kind of awful though, but let's try this. I've never actually. Wait, what is this? It doesn't work on the first shop? Wait. Why does it work on the first shop? The fuck? That sucks. Is Crown Guard better than Sunfire? That is the question. Actually, it's probably just Bramble, right? Oh yeah. I see 2 people where Bramble is really fucking good. Oh, it automatically buys it. Interesting.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Alright, fuck this, guys. I'm out. I can't play Pilt, man. This is not, it's not working out. I mean, it gave me a lot of gold, so I'm pretty happy with that, but it's not the sauce. Do I? The other one, guy at the top. 5 straight games. I'm definitely leveling this round. I think I want to get this. If there's a chance I can get play 6 Sork, you think you always go for it. But so, and I have no items really. I can play Juggernaut. It's not a big deal. What else do I go here? Sunfire, Bramble. Okay. Sunfire it is. I get a
I will rule the Freljord.
oh, okay, that's not bad. This over here, level 104 Sork. All good. All good. No one is playing Cho this game. What a weird game. What an incredibly strange game. Okay, No, that guy said Vi for 3 void. Oh, I should definitely do so here. Yes. It said Vi. You are 100% right. Didn't even think about that. Good call. Don't think I can play this. I'm the Cho player. I mean, fuck it. They're kind of great, you know? Oh my god. What the fuck is going on? Well, I'm not the Sork player. Nah, I mean, I wouldn't play more than, how many do you usually play? I think you only play 2, right? You usually just play Swain, Silco.
Water to me.
Every step, a new journey.
Yeah, playing this. I mean, I'm pretty sure I just sacked the 4-5. Why not just sack the next couple rounds and take 50 here?
A gift from the Freljord.
Oh.
Shurima is not of this time.
Ionia. Place was so damn quiet before I came along.
I wait 1 rounds. If it could easily be level up or something weird like that. No, I'm pretty sure it is in the 0. Like all the AP comps turn into a 0. So anyway. Well, let me be real with you. Okay, this guy's playing Oriana. What the fuck, man? He's greeting to roll down the next round. Holy fuck, he's at 24. He has to do a full transition plus augment pick. This guy's a fucking beast.
I miss the darkness of the void.
Wasn't Infusion super good with Sork? Is it good with a 0 plus Silco? Anyone? Fuck. Like it.
Every step, a new journey.
You go fast 9, I think. I did not position my comp to deal with fucking rogues, and I may have lost off of that. God damn it. I forgot. There's a special position you have to do for these guys. That is really annoying.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
Oh, this is a great rise. Like this rise fucking owns. Did he cash out? He did not. Oh god. Oh god. That board does not look that good. Three-star Quinn. Oh, I'm gonna like lose all my rounds. Bro, this Quinn is doing dirty things to my backline, bro. Slam it. Boom. I mean, it's fine. I'm going 9 at 5-2, right? This game. That's why I took this. Please. Please. Fuck. Six Stork found Ari with Rod.
Bilgewater.
That seems kind of bad for me. I don't know about you guys. Aren't these two Storks terrible now? These two? Probably lose both of these rounds, but hopefully by not that much. Drop it, drop it. Oh, so slow. I mean, I have this. Like, that's crazy, right? I could just 2-star whatever I want at 5-1 next round.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
I even care about this. I don't think I'm 2-starring this. Do I just Nico this? I mean, is this even good? I don't have support for this. Sure. Why not?
One can only hold all this power for so long.
Hey, for Ari, I'll get another Nico next round. Fine. Oh, I set the Jarvan up. Oh, hell yeah. I think they kill some units here and there. I mean, we're not playing this. We are probably not playing this. 40. So I take one more loss at 5-1. Okay. It's fine.
Shurima is not of this time.
Oh, wait, I forgot I got more gold. Also, I bought this and it gave me the 3 costs, so I lost 1 gold there. Because I'm a fucking dumbass. I didn't know that's how it's sequenced. But that's interesting. I would really want a Shojin here. Would be nice. Shojin? Fuck off, man. I think Nash is probably right here. Wait, well, I think I wait 1 more round. Right? I mean, if we're gonna greed, we might as well fucking giga greed. Maybe hold on to this for Silco. I don't think I'm even playing fucking Silco though. Am I? I'm not playing Azir. Drop it, drop it. Oh, only lost by 2. That's so good. 41 HP. Dude, I'm at 41.
Noxus will rise. Battle, yes.
I should have left home years ago.
Consulte. Hear my name and know my strength.
For great science!
From the shadows.
Sure. Already died before she passed. That's not good. I fuck around and frontline my gameplay this game.
For great science!
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Consulte. Hear my name and know my strength.
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
This needs to go. I did not know why this is still on. I think I locked this. It's sad that the only unit I have that I've stacked items on is actually not usable. I might sell Cassante, it might be okay. I don't really believe in 2 of these, but sure. Pretty sure.
I am Darkin. Your gods fear me. For Nazuma!
Here I come! This will put a wrench in their plans.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save. Target marked.
I mean, like, this is just my comp, right?
I am Darkin. Your gods fear me.
Like, is my board if my board seriously loses to some another board, isn't it so illegal?
Now it ends.
Okay, what's the most likely 5 costs for me to 3-star here? Is it GP or Heimer? Okay, it's not Ari. Like, well, we'll see. There's actually no more Ari players. It's not GP. There's no way. Actually, I just saw someone playing GP. I about that comp. Maybe it's Cassante actually.
Hear my name and know my strength.
Dude, I need more backline, right? I think I wait 1 or 2 rounds. No, oh, that's not the sword. Oh my fucking god. I was gonna say I wait 1 or 2 rounds to see what units I get naturally before I all in. But hey, I guess I'm going Aatrox 3.
Shadows.
Shurima is not of this time.
Not GP.
Bilgewater.
Fuck it, maybe GP? No, it's not.
Return from the shadows.
I feel like I just don't need frontline. Do I need more frontline in a comp where like literally my entire 5 units frontline? Maybe I do, honestly, because he's not generating mana fast enough. Okay, well, we're going for 5 stars only, man. The helmet's better than Shojin for most champs. Wait, really?
I will rule the Freljord.
You should have left home years ago.
Wait, that's awesome though.
Broadside.
I have like the most illegal backline ever in this game, by the way. I killed him with my ghost. Okay, so everyone's dead next round. I just get 5 we're just going for 5 costs here. I don't really care. Ari, that's 2 Aries. Okay, 2 Aries. This guy has no 5 costs. This guy also has no 5 costs. So it's really just whatever the fuck I hit. Okay, cool. I fucking lost 1 gold.
Has returned.
I never hold back.
You should have left home years ago.
Okay, it's looking very RES.
Consorte. Hear my name and know my strength. Now I am the world ender.
I fucking killed both of them. God damn it. Fuck, I killed both of them. No. I wouldn't have hit. I fucking wasted the duplicator, man. This game sucks. Actually, oh wait, he won. Oh hell yeah! Wait, hold on.
Hear my name and know my strength. I sound rude because I've got a world to save.
Here I come.
Oh, we're Gucci. Never mind. All right, how does this character even work, man? Is it 3 pulses immediately? Oh. What happened when you 3-star Ari? She doesn't need 2 casts to prep her 3rd cast. She just does her 3rd cast and has multiple waves. Pretty much 3-star Ari like just kills the whole board. I'm gonna play some ads. Jason Jiang 1515 thanks for sub. Cyber Edge 117 thanks for sub. And Cringe Machina, welcome back for 19 months. I need to get water. I'll be right back, guys. I just realized that last game was literally how you're technically supposed to play tempo on TFT, but I never play like that because it's boring. I literally played best board, and then I small Nico'd a Taric, I small Nico'd a whatever, played full win streak till stage 4, took 32 gold, money augments, stacked the entire stage 4, stage 5, went to 9 with 70 gold, level 9, played 5 cost, won the game. Hirlori? Thanks for sub with the stream. I think that's how you pronounce it. Sounds cringe. Yeah, it sounds cringe. All right, guys. I have a friend asking who the most popular female character in League is. Character and skin. Would it be Ari? Is it KDA Ari? Let me go look at Ari's skins. Purely for research purposes. Is it KDA Ari? By a mile? This is KDA Ari skin. Oh. Ari's been played. That's not true. Ari turned into a meta mid laner. They actually, okay. Well, part of me conspiracy theory hat on, right? Okay, hold on. Let me put on my conspiracy hat. Conspiracy hat on. I think they made Ari a good character so that that people would play her more and she would sell more skins. That's so bad. I'm gonna look at Lux skins. What are popular? Is it just Elementalist?
No getting through me.
Oh my god, we got Scuttle Puddle. No, man. Who voted to do Scuttle Puddle? Alright, which of these do you take, guys? Do I bet it would be cringe?
Let's start the show.
The puddle's the best. Everyone gets infinite gold on Scuttle Puddle, so everyone hits the most disgusting boards ever. It's actually one of the less skillful boards because you get to people just always hit, which is why I don't like it that much. I don't think it's that interesting. It's just like it lets you hit, which is not a great like indicator for me. I am. Someone say my name.
Now that is what I want to see.
Did someone not say my name? Hello? God, I look fucking crazy, man. Actually, I look fucking crazy. Also, you can do this, which is you're guaranteed 20 gold opener as long as you don't get a duplicator here. It's not that good, honestly, but if you ever win a lose streak, it is awesome. H June, thanks for raid. Welcome to the stream, guys. I'm playing some TFT today because I'm competing for BoxBox's thing. And I've just started playing like a couple days ago. So I need to pick up a lot of stuff. Okay, not this, not this.
Darkness. Then will feel pain they've never
What if
imagined.
I didn't play Cho'Gath? Yep. That does not seem like a playable thing. But yeah, what has H3's Jun been playing recently? Is he also in this? I think he is, right? Is he in my ladder? Wait, I gotta go look. Okay, okay. Oh, he is. Holy fuck, he's at the top of the ladder. Wait, he's a beast. Wait, what does he play? Wait, this actually matters. What does he play? I reroll only. You fucking dog. That's why I respect you.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will.
What is this? All here? Someone's already playing rogues. Okay, hold on. I love that it's literally just every round me being like, all right, what am I re-rolling this game? I don't really want to reroll Jin, but I might have to. Try and rogue reroll is by default. Oh yeah, you played the two best ones. I think the other ones are lower tier for sure.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Next breath might be your last.
Playing Flex, I think. Yeah, I'm playing Flex. Wow, I did not think I'd be playing fucking Flex today, but sure, here we are.
Keep your enemies close.
This is a Flex game for sure. I lose this round, I go blue buff here, and then I go play Soko whatever. Soko Azir. Boring, but it's whatever. I don't want to be boring, but every person is rolling every fucking reroll comp this game. Including there's even a Warwick one, man. There's usually 500 total rollers, no one goes rogue. Yeah, well, this lobby is literally everyone's rerolling something, except for me. The sole bastion of hope. Let me show you guys something that H-Jun can't do. Play Flex. I'm going 8 this game, by the way, for sure. What the fuck? Samir rerolled, rogue reroll. This guy's contesting me for sure. Not really fucking sure. Whatchamacallit? I mean, probably this is. I think these two are Flex. Hunter. Oh, there are 3 Flex players. Okay.
Ah, this place could use.
Oh no. No.
Reshaping.
No. I'm wearing a beret. This is my thinking hat, okay? You ever watch Blue's Clues? Yeah, really, are you gonna get anywhere without a thinking hat? I don't think so, man. I've shot this Cho'Gath quite a lot. Oh, nice. But evokers, are they bad? Oh, I could have picked up evokers here. Actually, just they're pretty bad. But like they're not like, I guess, okay, I don't know how to say this. They are kind of terrible, but they're not like terrible, if that makes sense.
Darkness. Noxus will rise.
Slay the hat. See? She likes it. I fucking was supposed to sue. It's on my board here. You guys distracted me about my hat, bro. Fuck.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Guys, it's not even a high roll. Don't even say anything. This is a normal roll.
The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Yeah, maybe it's actually a low roll because I could have got Silco at the same time. I did not mean to sell MF. I forgot you the strategist. I'm fucking stupid. It's fine. I'm gonna find another strategist right here. He did not find a strategist.
Piltover's finest.
I may be merciful, but tar.
I'm gonna do this one dumb thing where I don't actually touch the board for one round, and I'm gonna see if I can RNG a really disgusting augment here. He hit it at 4-1? Bro. Please, man. Whatever. At least I take a 4-unit loss. It's like I killed a unit. Like, you know? Level up here, I go fast 9. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. Fuck. That's fine, that's fine. Down. Reset 2.
This is very exciting.
Now, I need someone who can use blue, which was MF. I fucking sold her like a dumbass. So, probably the best user I can do for now. Down to clean my board up a little bit.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Position my knowledge more towards the center with my sets. This. Honestly, I am feeling completely okay. Like, I think this game is gonna go great, and there's gonna be no issues. As soon as I get a Silco, it's gonna be no problem. Also, do you ever? Oh. Do I just go guard breaker with this? I guess I go JG. Not bad. Oh, I got Swain. Okay, perfect. Swain in.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Perfect. I don't know if I do this over having, what is Shurima? I mean, I feel like Shurima's just better. Let me clean up my board a little bit more. Level next round. Not sure about this. I'm dead. I got Zon +1. Okay, 4-unit loss could be, oh, 3-unit loss. That's pretty good. Okay, I think I'm fine. At level 7, the BIS is 0. It's Nasher's. Okay, assuming you don't, it's like Nasher's Rage Blade Shiv. But if you don't need Shiv, you can do some disgusting stuff. Oh, wait. I see an OP unit item combination. Okay. I get Nasus here, which is awesome. And then I just level, put in Nasus, PG Nasus, and I'm done. And then I can focus on other stuff. Do I have no items? I have no fucking items. I have 4 items total? Okay. A Rage Blade? I mean, didn't I say natural Rage Blade? I might not have said. Yeah, it's Nasus. Unironically, it's not. Great win, great win, great win. Another great win right here, and I dub it out. Look at all these score costs I've been getting. I think of what I could have. I'm definitely dropping to 4 Juggernaut unless I get a Juggernaut spat, because it is definitely not good to play this many. I could probably drop right now. This? No, I can't drop. He only gives crit, not dodge. Yeah, but I mean, it's still 2 items. And the thing about Nasus is like he kind of uses offensive items. Okay, this guy has still not hit Cho 3, which thankfully, thank fucking God. No way the Renekton goes to my carry here. Whatever, 5-unit loss. I guess that's not that bad. It was pretty bad.
You should have left home.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck.
Fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Makes sense? Yeah. It makes sense. Is that a Rage Blade? Makes sense. I do need one of those.
Noxus will rise.
Every soul shall serve.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
What is this?
Bilgewater, your king has returned. From the shadows.
I mean, Is any of this normal? I'm only holding this one round in case I get Juggernaut. Bad round. What is this? Not even a bad one. Wow, he chose this and this. He chose like the best one. Pandora's, I'm good. Money is pretty good, but I'm good. Probably just one library card. Juggernaut? Slayer Ionia. He was actually
I sound rude because I've got a world to save.
I am Duncan. Your gods fear me.
You just haven't caught up yet.
I misclicked. I clicked the wrong item, actually. It's fine.
Shurima is where all paths converge. Shurima is never lost.
Double dash. It doesn't work. Like, you can't run 2 nashes and get the buff, right? Does it work? Does anyone know? I definitely meant to build something else. It's fine. It doesn't work, right? I mean, real talk, isn't my board fucking insane, though?
Let the monster out. The entire world.
Every soul shall serve.
Ari? Oh. I mean, you always take this, right? No way that this is that bad. I hope Rise 2 isn't that bad. Pretty bad for that Rise. Yeah, but I mean, it's still better than nothing, right? There's no way it's that bad. Like, it could be worse. All right, guys, I am chilling. Ideally, I get like Guard Breaker, or I just get defensive items for the rest. They buy at some point, and that's fine. Bodies are great. Do I ever go for a Azir or Nasus 3? I mean, is Silco better than this? I mean, what is
time
this?
I got my hands dirty.
No way Silco's better than Ari. Maybe Silco 2?
Shurima is where all paths converge.
I'm dead. Rogue positioning? Fuck, it's fine. We love rogues. Even doing damage. I mean, he does a little bit. It's just the other person has vampiric blades, which gets 20% omnivamp. Okay, and then he also has light BT, so it's just like his life still nonstop, you know. Warzone.
Behold immortality!
For great science!
About time I got my hands dirty.
Demacia, now and forever.
Well, it's definitely Shiv. And then it's why did I end with even Shroud? Am I fucking trolling? I don't think I play this. I did not think it was gonna end with that.
Become what they fear.
This is just for Scion, yeah.
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
Oh my god. Fuck. Like, I really need RE2. I'm fucking gonna die. That RE2, man. Well, I have double Rage Blade, which might be one of the highest damage builds you can go in this year. So I should be able to kill this guy's front line. Nice.
Felt good to let loose.
Shurima is not of this time.
Okay. I'm dead. I didn't re-roll in a lot, and I'm fucking dead. It sucks that whenever I look to play Silco, I never really find Silco. Wow. Instead of double Warm Eyes, I get USS Rage Blade. That's not good.
Become what they fear. Let the monster out.
Dead. Not 8. We'll take those. that game really sucked. I'm gonna go play some that. Fuck, man. I should have. I never got Swain 2 the whole game, except for the very end where I skipped it. All right, babe. Yeah, but like, what am I gonna replace Ari with? A Silco? I saw one, I think, maybe two. It's like whenever I go for Silco, I just never do it. You know. Finn's Market is the most. The problem with Finn's Market is when you play Finn's Market and it gives you a radiant item, right? A lot of times they'll give you like a strong radiant item, and then you get another one potentially. You're then playing games where you're playing against double fucking radiant item Cho'Gath or some BS. That's an item legends. No idea what that means.
Bilge water. Home bitter stinking home.
It offers support items, which are still good because it makes your Cho way better. Like, it feels like it really supports comps that are going for a really strong 3-star carry. So when you have Finn's Market, it's like, well, shit. You know? Well, shit.
Let's start the show.
Also, I really want to go Kale, but I don't know if I can. We'll see. I think Kale is very slept on, by the way. Like, super slept on.
Now that is what I want to see.
Okay, well, unless I get this opener, then it's just fucking shit.
Name Samira. Try not to
The weird opener. Okay, it's fine. 3 pairs. These are really weird. Usually you want to take these, but these are like, this is a really low tier 2 cost. This is kind of a weird one too. It's only Vi that gives you any sort of value here.
Next breath might be your last. I carry my family with me.
Let us see whose spirit is stronger.
Fuck off, man. Ooh.
I have but one life to give
This
for
is
Ionia.
weird now.
I must make it count.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Void is weak, and also, like, I don't have Void units. Like, what am I supposed to use Void for here?
There's nothing quite like the thrill of battle with a fish that you've hooked.
Is this good?
That'll do the trick.
Guess we're fighting.
Pretty sure I would prefer to go Radiant Gunblade and then Shojin over Radiant Shojin and then Gunblade, but it's fine if I end up with it regardless. If that makes sense. I need to sell like a lot of my bullshit here. I don't think I can double level here for any reasonable amount. So just this. I really don't like playing 5 strategists. Usually you only play 3, right? I saw someone slammed or had Radiant Shiv and I was like, okay, well, that's fine. I was wondering if I slammed Declaw and I saw 2 people Declaws get it against. I'm like, okay. 2 people, so many people playing this game. I want hits, but it's so sucky that it's on such an expensive unit. Ah, perfect. Oh, I can play Kaisa as well. Oh shit, I forgot. I can just play Kaisa. Oh shit, I don't know how to play Kaisa. Kaisa items are, fuck if I remember, man. You go, I know it's definitely this, which is great. That's the best item. And I think Gunblade's good on her. And then I guess I just play whatever. Problem is, it just feels like I would just waste my strategist if I went bad. Ooh. A hat? Oh, from one of our streams. Guy is playing. Ever just play Noxus here over Bruiser?
Noxus
this?
Rise.
It was okay. Six Challenger, 3 Demacia with Jarvan, Quinn. Spat isn't wasted. Six. I think 6 Challengers is cool, unless you have a spat, right? Or you just a naturally need it. I would need a Challenger stat for that to be useful, I think. If favorite comp, Ionia reroll's fun. Aside from that, I don't know. We lost every game. Oh, for me, I get a lot of the game right now, but a lot of it's like reroll, and I'm like, I'm a little about that. At least in portrait shows up, it's the legend you chose to play with.
Fear the ocean's weight.
Play Shiv. Do I level? It's kind of worth it. I get so much gold if I win next round, though.
I carry my family with me.
Okay, he did not level. Perfect. Oh, 5 streak. Even winning once at a 5 streak, it is +1 gold from streak, +1 gold from the win, which is great. Like if you win like 2 times, you already made your gold back. Streaks rates, and then now I am going on to play. I can't believe I keep trying to play this Soko unit, but like it never fucking happens, man. Okay, I'm down. I was not down before, but now I'm super down because I hit Wait, dude, what do I fucking do with this? Wait, what are the challengers? Yora, I played just do Titans, right? 3 Demacia, Titans. GS. It's probably Titans though over GS here. Unless I really care about it. Oh my god. And Bruiser Heart, bro, man. And he gets Finn's Market, so he gets this. I hit this guy at 3-2 when he rolls to the 10. Of course, yes. We love Cho. We love Cho.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Noxus will rise.
Okay, I have my strategist in, which is really good. This guy's going to oh my god, there's so many Fiora players that's scary. This guy also has Super Val. Wait, how do you get Super Val? How do you get 2 Radiant items? Wait, what? Wait, what? He doesn't have... Oh, it's the Mossy. I was so confused. I was like, what? This guy's hacking. No way I get this. No way I get this. These two are awesome. This is awesome as well. There's no chain here. It's like
Defy
happy, but this makes
blood.
2-star this, so it's always best to take. I mean, I'm just rolling it down to 7, right? Let's see how many people are getting tested. Not this guy. Not this guy. These work players. This guy. So 1. 2. 3. Oh my god. Can I just go Azir? Can I just go Azir?
Place was so damn quiet before I came.
And then sack the challenger heart, man. Might just sack my blue in this game. Oh, Dog Nick, welcome back for 31 months. 6 for something. This guy has 4 sorcerers. He got Silco. Oh, he's level 710. He's got Silco, Azir, BIS Azir, almost, with Swain 2. I've never in my life hit this board before. What the fuck? Lane Forge. Okay, I roll down at 7 and see what I hit. Hopefully, a lot of things.
Set sail.
Hopefully, a lot of things. Yeah, this lobby's fucked. This lobby, like I told you, when you do Finn's Market, it gets a little crazy, especially with rerollers. And even though my lobby's not really rerolling, they've got like, they're just so strong. I'm not really scaled up with anything, so.
Witness true strength.
Set sail.
About time I got my hands dirty.
Okay, Garvin.
I will rule the Freljord.
Azir.
Is where all paths converge.
Sword will fight back.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Random Azir 2. Okay. Guess I'm playing Silco Azir. I think I need this.
I am Captain. Your gods fear me.
Wait, I didn't pick up my Arcana. Oh my fucking god. Fuck me, man.
Survive.
I left my prismatic on the bench.
become what they fear.
I don't think I play MF at level 8, but for now, she is the best unit. I need fucking Shiv, by the way. Kind of bad. I need a Soko kind of bad though. Fuck, man. Alright, so at level 8, what the fuck did we do? Let me plan this shit out, okay? Level 8, I put these two in over MF, and that's it. My full comp. I dropped this for Shurima, Juggernaut, and we play 4 Juggernaut plus this, and 4 strategists. Got it. I do need a Shiv though, because yeah, kind of MR pierce some of these guys, but I don't know. Declaw Anima Visage.
Survive. Fight. Let the monster out.
Fear the oceans await.
Soko. 8 challengers, by the way. This lobby is so fucked, man. Declaw. Of life. Get that 1 star? Hell no. I have this weird thing, but like, kind of. Yeah, it's fine. I level next round, and I fucking put in everything, and I'm pretty sure I still lose because my board is not that good, but it's fine.
For great science!
I don't think I can afford this. This is too much, right?
Bilgewater, your king has returned. Shurima is not of this time.
Just do this for now, then.
Survive. Fight. Survive.
I'm dead.
Fight.
Whatever. Go play some mods. Oh, did not surrender? My bad. I have to go out and surrender. It just sucks because like I'll play trying to play fucking best board into this. Oh, I'm 7th. Perfect. Yeah, I looked at Heimer for a sec and I think I baited. No place, but I didn't have enough gold to make him work. I mean, like everyone, like that comp people talk about, I've never been able to make it work. Not a single fucking time. It's just like, okay. Shouldn't have taken Arcana, I guess. My last items were so fucking bad too. Tier BF. I only need frontline items. I got none of that. They try to cook omelets like the ones in Japan. Nope. I would not be able to do it. Mm, yeah, I'm at 1 LP. Oh god. Okay, it's fine. Should I just reroll? I think I try to play flex, but like if I'm not good enough at it, it's rough. What does this mean? Wait, what does this mean? Does this mean when you star up units or when anyone stars up units? So do you just hold units to star up? But then that would give other people. What the fuck?
I'm gonna show the battalion what I'm made of.
So you just have infinite items for your, so you need like comps with 3+ carries? What comps have a lot of carries? Their Sanctum, I see.
So strange, we swing.
I have but one life to give for Ionia.
So
I must make it count.
But Jin reroll. The problem is Jin actually doesn't have that many items that he can use. The first portals, everyone chooses one and it's RNG who gets it. Pretty much. I'm selling it.
This is very exciting.
The game just chooses one and there's more odds and more people stand on one over the other. That's pretty much it.
Name Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Yes, I am open.
Like, what is this, man?
We do what we must.
All right, give me double trouble here. Well, Ionia quest is kind of good. Of course. Cho Portable Forge. I'm getting contested. Fuck me, man. I'm getting two-way contested. Bro, it's not even a comp. What if I just level here and go for not the reroll version?
Start the show.
Thoughts? I'm not gonna lie, I played this comp before and it felt really bad when I just leveled normally and tried to play level 7. It felt like super bad. How does this guy have 30 gold? What the fuck? Oh, he has a fucking one item opener. Oh my god.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Okay, let me... I feel like Ionia, there's no good way of playing this now. Let me think.
There's a new boss round here.
I mean, it's fine. I just level, I think. Am I really gonna play Jin reroll when there's two other people playing Jin?
Try not to slow me down.
That doesn't seem smart.
If I don't kill you, so
I feel like I need a level because it looks like one person's actually rerolling. Maybe. It's hard to tell.
Ionia still stands!
There's no way I'm winning against any of these guys. Maybe I can beat this guy. Probably not. Like, this guy is just 6 chose, no reroll, but he got Spear Viscera. Crazy. Guys, buried treasure, rogues. Okay. That's cool. It's fine. I am down. I'll just lose this one. It's no big deal. Four unit loss. Okay. Good thing about this comp is I think I can stack a lot of carry. Here. Okay, I'm leveling for this for sure. You guys also leveling. Okay. So we're contesting the same comp, and this guy is not leveling, which makes me feel like he's not contesting the same comp. Okay. Pretty sure I can't slam this because I really need lots of sprints. I have to slam a gunblade because I don't think this item could be used. Very hard. Okay, no problem. So this is gunblade. No bow, huh? Blade. I give up. I'll get the kills. I'll get the last for later, man. If it's anvil components, fine.
Now that is what I want to see.
I don't think I can make it to 9 this game, can I? It's okay. I don't know anything about this healing orb thing. Is it actually good or is it like kind of whatever? It looks like one of the best augments statistically in the game. What the fuck? Huh. Okay, that I did not expect. Oh, wait, healing orb 1 is that. I was reading sword cart. Oh, I'm fucking trolling. Oh, I read the wrong thing. Wait, I swear. Okay, oh, fuck it, whatever, my bad. Scarra, you're looking very cold, tritudious today. Okay. You just came from home from the SATs. All right. What does this word mean? Hold on real quick.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
It means beautiful. Excellent. Thank you so much. Will you switch to YouTube? And if so, how much? Yeah, absolutely. If they paid me money, for sure. I'm out of here like instantly. Like peace. I didn't even think it was a real word. It's actually wrong. don't think I can use more than one Ionian, right? No. Fuck it. Whatever. Slam this on Karma.
I will rest
Oh
when our
my
homelands are restored.
fucking god. Do I just give her this?
Noxus will rise.
How do I get Last Whisper into my comp if I give her this? Fuck it. That's a related to me to figure out. Or Even Shroud. Wow, I just destroyed that guy. Fuck! Fuck! Using a bit of scuff for a bit. What does that mean? What do you mean by that?
I win.
Bit chopping up. Are you sure?
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Okay. Oh, I know how to fix it. And the way how to fix it is.
True strength.
Hold on. Give me a second. Let me go look. I fucking forgot to change the source again. That's the problem. Or to change the thing. But I could just do it the old school way for now. One second. Did this work? What if I just go even shroud? Bulk seems insane in this one. But also, I kind of have to roll a lot right now, right? I almost want to say return is really good here. Do I have to roll a lot? I feel like I'm pretty stable actually.
For the Freljord.
this. Yeah, I wanted to be able to skip the 8 this game, but I don't know. It seems a little greedy to do that. RFC is still the best item, right?
Victory for the Scarra.
That's us, really? Everything's upgraded. I mean, the only difference would be that I'd have a shed, right?
Shurima is not of this time.
I mean, okay, wait, is Nihilus still RFC here? Like, what do you guys think about RFC? I really wanted to make RFC Bloodblade actually, but that's not possible, I guess. Yeah, I'd probably agree for rapid fire here. Okay, there's no way I'm beating this guy regardless. I would need a fucking Jin 3 for this one. Fine, I lost this. I'm rolling next round. No problem. I really wish I didn't get 2 tiers this game. Kind of feels a little. Oh my god. No way, man. I'll be the RFC gunblade here. And then this will be some random item in the front. I level play Aatrox. Sounds fine.
Now and forever.
Water to me.
The void has breached this place. The void has breached this place.
From the shadows.
As Ionia changes, so much.
Every soul shall serve.
Might have to go Titans if I though.
Let the monster out.
Wait, I just realized I still have 1-star Zaya as well. That's not good. Do I want Heimer over Aatrox?
For great science!
Become what they fear.
I don't think I can afford this. Looking at my gold value, it's a bait by this. My bad. I got baited. I already have Even Shroud. I don't need burn really here. I'm gonna sell it. I lost 2 slots, but it's okay. Almost got baited. You know, every time I played 6 Ionia, I've tried going Karma 3 and it's been really good actually. So I was just gonna go Karma 3 this game as well. I need a hit. Ooh.
About time I got my hands dirty.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
Water to me!
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Let's just do this. Do. Oh. I don't have any upgrades. Really sucks. Oh, my even strat is here. Fuck me, man. I was like, where are my items? And now I realized that my items are. Sorry, better than comment 2. I don't think so.
Demacia, now and forever.
Like.
I'm about to ruin your day.
When this is every 20? We should do Cyberbulk on a couple people.
Everyone pays.
No way I lost. What's that get support items? Oh, I mean, I want more from my items. It sucks that I didn't hit my other carry, man. Hello? Please? Let me go look. I want MR, a declaw. I want stone plates, stone plates, stone plates, stone plate. Okay, cool. What? Oh, here. Guard. Yep. Nope. Buckets, I guess.
Noxus will rise.
Bro. Blue table for Exocian. Random support item, random radiant item. And then there's a crown at 120. 200 is, it's a secret. Interesting. Damn, attack crown at 120. Okay, that's kept. But don't get me wrong, I feel like I'm pretty strong, but I'm just missing my other carry. I mean, it's fine. Maybe this is a game where I just take top 4 and leave. It's kind of what it looks like. Pro reroll, but he found. You guys, like the 80, 35, and then this
The river swells.
80. Like, why isn't this a remover rather than a reforger, huh? What is the point? I just gave everyone else in my lobby a free radiant item? Like, excuse me? I actually need to reforge this. This should have went on fucking shit. What am I doing? Why did I read Aatrox in my chat and agree with that? Oh my fucking god. Literally lost because I fucking put on the wrong unit. I'll see about what I need if I need to record. Yeah, I have fucking prank. Fucking Aatrox over fucking Shen. Oh.
The river of fate drowns the unworthy.
I fuck it down. Like, how do I beat players who get this? I mean, it's fine. I probably end the same results. Third seems pretty reasonable here. We'll see. Maybe I'm strong enough to actually beat this guy though. I don't have GS though, which is what is worrying me.
Survive. Fight.
Yeah, I don't know. This 8,000 health tank seems a little tough.
Become what they fear.
Yeah, we'll end the same way. It's not a big deal. This is third place this game. Maybe I could, no, I could beat this guy. Maybe it's actually a second place. What am I, would I roll for anything? Man, roll for Karma Zaya.
When our homelands are restored.
From the shadows.
That's 2. I'm pretty sure I can beat this guy. Because last time my item was on the wrong thing. This time I didn't make a mistake. Also, never mind, he leveled up his front line. This is not looking that good. And okay, third is pretty much what I expected this game. No problem. Good place, Mats. Dun, dun, dun. Hmm. Spooks web one for 9 months. Yeah, I feel like maybe I captured that comp. Like I don't know. Like I play against Cho is like fuck. You need to play a unit that does enough damage. That's like kind of hard.
mist won't hurt anyone. I promise.
It's okay, guys. I know. I understand. Why play bad comps when you can just play good comps? I get it. I understand. I completely understand what Riot's telling me. I don't think I'm playing. Maybe this.
They've never imagined. Your souls will feed the void.
I have 3 Noxus? No. 2 Noxus, 2 Juggernauts, 1 build.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
And I guess sell this and hold this just in case I somehow get double trouble here. They do have a crazy double trouble.
We do what we must.
Oh shit, is there any unit that does well with Gargantua Resolve? Guy went rogues. Guy's going Cho. Okay, that's not Rek'Sai, because it... Well, it's not doing that.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Not enough stuff. I don't think I'm playing.
Next breath might be your last.
Pretty sure I play. I fucked up, but it's okay. Pretty sure I just do that.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
I guess. Okay, I'm sorry I griefed that first round a lot. But hopefully this is a game where I can actually get like I can. Oh, he's level 5. Well, that is not good. But his board looks terrible. He's double leveled but kept 3 items on bench. That seems not even close to being right. I am not the only griefer. Awesome.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Oh my god. Yes, Derek's Ionic Winter. Okay, damn, he slammed without waiting for items. Okay. This might be a rough one for me. I think I just sell these 2 and pre-level here. I don't know if I win. I'm pretty sure I don't. I didn't get a run next multi there. No way. This was so unlucky, actually. Didn't get a Renekton ulti. The Cho, as the dying breath, ranged ulti my Samira. Like, there's no way I don't streak here, man.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
Oh, what a terrible game, man. I'm actually gonna level this. Fuck. He's a show. Yeah, but I should. I'm literally just griefing myself. I'm scared of other people, but like realistically, it doesn't fucking matter. Like you should just contest people, I think. Definitely winning the next 2 rounds. I might as well level because you have Lee Sin.
Dawn is the future.
Oh, my carry is not in the right spot. Hopefully it's okay though. I lost again. GG.
Noxus will rise.
Doesn't work, man.
Demacia is counting on us.
Oh, it really is GG, man. Like, what the fuck, dude? I'm so poor. I'm like as poor as humanly possible. This guy is streaking with this board. How illegal is that? That his board can even do that, you know? So illegal, man. So illegal. I don't have enough gold to play level up. Really bad. Transfusion is probably pretty bad here. I feel like the training reward is really bad here. I think Juggernaut is really bad here. It gives me, doesn't even give me Darius too bad with this.
All according to plan.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Set sail.
Okay. Or pivot. What do you think? Who knows?
Dawn is the future.
Pick up the scent.
I need to pop these right now. And hope to God I hit stuff. Rima. Is streamer better than Noxus? Juggernaut? Probably not better. Okay. Can I just play 4 Juggernaut here? No problem. I mean, I got really good spats, so that's good. I finally hit Swain 2 for the first time ever, which is great. Pretty sure I have to go shift here. I think it's OP. Do one around, which is great. I don't think I'm hitting. God, this is on such a good unit. Like a pretty good unit. I don't know. Usually you never want to get this, but oh my. Of course.
Justice will be served.
Of course, I put this item the round before and I didn't get the item. Instead I got Guard Breaker, which I can't switch the item out. So it's like, oh god damn it. Oh, I go Nashers. It ruins my Shiv though. I guess fuck it. Better for my board now. I'm playing for top 4 this game. This game got fucked so hard that I do not think I could do anything that's not just top 4. This Cho is 100 streaking. Yep.
If I don't kill you, Son
Okay, I think. No matter, yep, best comp, or one of the best comps in the game, and the other best reroll comp in the game is this one. So the thing is, this guy's not even rerolling. I don't think he's just going fast 9 with the Cho 2, which is smart. There's so many simple players, man. I mean, I'm just going top 4. Pray to God. It's a great one.
This time.
Like, I'm seriously just playing for like 6th place now. It's looking pretty fucking awful. 0. Oh God. 0 tiers. Don't even know if I can play Skoko. That's good. That's bad.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Set sail.
Sure, man.
Shurima is where all paths converge. I don't
No way, it's fucking broken, dude. The bug, sometimes the item doesn't go on, so you have to fucking put it on a unit and sell it. Really lame. I'm only keeping this unit just in case I hit Juggernaut. +1 here. Nope. Do this. Do this. Oh, this is fucking awful. 25 gold. Oh, it's actually okay. Sadly, it is okay.
Set sail.
I would like to hit.
About time I got my hands dirty.
Shurima is never lost.
Okay, I hit, which is pretty good.
Let the monster out.
Oh, thank God. I killed it before he passed. Okay, this is not playable. Cool.
I will rule the Freljord.
Okay. Juggernaut Swain? Oh, because the Juggernaut. Oh, fuck. I was gonna put it on someone else, but. Okay, you're right. I'll just put it here. I was gonna switch it to Jarvan later because it's way better on Jarvan, but the chances I hit Jarvan 2 from this position are not looking great. So, no point waiting. Oh, there's a. I need to position Swain over here so I can dodge these really cringe rogue players. Wow. Okay, I cannot believe I won this one. AP. Holy fuck. Did Rogue Real get really popular? It was really popular before.
Demacia, now and forever.
Hold on.
Survive. Fight.
Yeah. Okay, no problem. Get multicaster at home? No. Similar to Yordle from last set, you can't get multicaster. I really hope I win this next round. Because like I really don't want to level. Like I think I'm just leveling the player strategist here. The shield is a 250 shield. It's good enough. And the increase from 4 to 5 is huge. I'm not gonna get another unit that's better than what I have. Yeah. I'm just looking for a Shojin or blue buff here. Or else I don't have enough damage, honestly.
Become what they fear.
GG is like the best item for sure if you're getting a lot of AP from Fagus. This guy wins Zanya's, which is like okay against rogues, but like not optimal in terms of damage. So I should be able to beat him eventually, but maybe not right now. It's still 2 lives, maybe even 3 lives if I'm lucky. Do I get gold here? Oh my. Is there any way I can go 9 this game? Oh, maybe. No, it's too bad. I can't. I need to upgrade Nasus, Jarvan, Silco. How many Silcos are gone right now? 1, 2. Like, there's so many Jarvans gone. 3, 4. Okay.
They can all burn.
Demacia, now and forever.
From the shadows.
He goes Swains as well.
About time I got my hands dirty.
For great science!
Ooh, Heimer solves some of my problems.
Let the monster out.
Shurima is not of this time.
Water to me.
I bring death.
I roll against the rogue player once and I'm dead, right? That's not good. Yeah, anti-rogue position here.
Become what they fear. Let the monster out.
You even need to roll against a rogue player. What, 8th game? It's fine. As soon as I saw my econ at 2-1, I knew this game was doomed. 0 fucking econ. Mismatch. I've never been able to make this comp work. I think this comp is complete fucking ass. Unless you... It seems like you need so much to make it work. Like 2-starring 4 different forecasts. It's so impossible. It feels like a bait comp that only works when you high roll your opener or some shit like that. I do want to see. Okay, I've been wanting to try kill comp, but I've never started with 2-star kill or at all. I think a lot of times I play Lee Sin. Lee Sin just feels like shit. I don't know, man. I think this is the reason why I wasn't playing Lee Sin before. It feels so bad. Like if you whiff with Lee Sin, it feels extra bad. Like why the fuck did you like don't have a gold augment, you know? Of course, the game I say I want to play Kale, I have a fucking duplicator. Cool.
I carry my family with me.
What's Ixtal?
That's where you belong, in the dirt.
Oh no.
Name Samira. Try not to slow me down.
I don't really want to play Ixtal here. Maybe if it was a mountain stacking would be really interesting. It feels like it is not.
This world is frayed
Let me do
and
this.
in need of mending.
We do what we must.
The bows. My eyes are so bad for him, but if I could, I would.
Take out the scent. Guess we're fighting.
Weird. Hold up a sec. Let me go look at some stuff real quick. Because maybe I just play Noxus here.
The world may fall to darkness, but
Okay, I'll have a
Noxus
third.
will
Really?
remain.
I do have a curiosity about. I sell this at the end of the round. I don't think so, right?
I got no time for games. I got no time for games.
It's doomed. I didn't hit. What the fuck? It's over. Like, it's so fucking over. I don't know, it's still possible to do okay. I guess. Pet Blade Nefari 2. Holy fuck. I heard the best thing you can do for Nefari is 3 Death Blades. And then you put it on, he goes on the Samira and she shoots fucking like nukes at people. Which sounds fucking hilarious. And I kind of wanted to do that this game. Let's 200 LP playing that comp. Okay, well, I'm already losing 200 LP, so I have nothing to lose, is what you're saying. To see if other people go in the Fari, they're not. True. JK, I probably have to do this actually. Maybe another day. I'm so poor for someone who's re-rolling, man.
Keep your enemies close and me closer.
How much? 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't even make 30 gold. I didn't level, and my board is shit. How did I get into an econ issue again? I don't even have upgraded units. And I ran into an econ issue. Oh, it's because I have champ duplicator, right? Tried to re-roll with a free champ duplicator, of course. Still would have been okay, but I didn't hit Samira 2 in fucking 6 rounds of re-rolls. Like, what? I don't get it. Just fucking doomed, or like, look at this. Like, what is going on? This econ, no, I mean, I wouldn't have. I kind of needed to keep Nefari regardless. It was probably worth selling it, but it's like, I don't know, man. Oh yeah, huge hate less. 3 Sork players.
I carry my family with me. Next breath might be your last.
Yes, I am a weapon.
If I don't kill you, Sean will.
I'll take care of everything.
We've picked up the scent.
It's actually giga doomed, man. I didn't hit Swain 2. No Samiras. I think it's transfusion. Gold is still decent here. Like if I'm ever gonna make a comeback, it's not gonna be because it's gonna be because I have this, right? This guy's board. His Cho'Gath might be worth more than my entire board. Does Nefari damage when it goes into her count for Gunblade healing? Great loss. It's severe too. Yeah. I'm like.
There will be peace in the frail.
Okay, another Samira. Thank God. It does. That is crazy. Oh my God. Okay, I have to hit blue buff here, and I'm chilling, kind of. Probably play 5 Noxus. A bad loss. More transfusion value, the better. It is kind of crazy. I still like Swain 2 is the hardest unit in the game to hit, or what? Oh man, I really wish I could take this spat, but okay, I'm taking this. Wait, is this turn into like? I guess I'm just taking this spat. Fuck it. When Nefari dies, she goes into someone, and then every time they cast, Nefari hits them for damage. So this comp is like a Nefari 3, Samira 3. You put 3 Death Blades on Nefari, and then Samira just goes crazy.
Keep your enemies
In theory, that's what the comp should do. In practice, it's a little bit weird, a little bit different. Oh my God.
Try not to slow me down.
It's super fun. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? In reality, you're never gonna get those items unless you're playing TF. You can never get 6 Death Blades. But Noxus spatting him is actually pretty good. Also, you know, my Noxus has a 0%, but I've beat 0 people in the lobby.
Survive. Fight.
Until now, baby. Oh, why did it go on my... What? Why is it... It possessed the... Oh my... I need to move my unit a little bit more to the right. That's my bad.
The world may fall to
Okay, that's great.
but Noxus will remain.
That's great. Okay, cool. We move this over here. I don't even know what to put in now. I put it. Oh, I put in Nasus for drug. Okay, that's fine. I could see it. I see. Okay, Nasus. Hope the guy gets Noxus spat. Wait, I kind of don't want to win this one. I see. I don't really get a choice here. I mean, it's fine. I'm 32 live. Can I really choose not to win? Yeah, I need the stacks anyways. Oh, I need to buy that. It doesn't really even matter. Really keep this permanently in there. I don't think I'm gonna buy it.
Try not to slow me down.
Next breath, my fear.
Okay. I think if I get Noxus +1 here, it might be pretty good.
Let the monster out.
From those swords, this thing is awful. Edge Pursuer is not bad, but it's pretty much Edge for on board, but I don't think Reed's so bad. Is Hurricane that bad on her? It looks kind of awful. Is Spark bad? Everything is bad. All of my components are bad. I have no solution for how to turn this game around. Because I need to go blue buff. Can't roll because I need to go 7. I'm just so bad. Maybe I just need to Rage Blade and play blue. This doesn't feel great, but it's like, what else can I do, you know? Really suffer blue buff? Yeah, and then I don't have another item. I need to roll soon, but I don't know when that soon is. Hopefully I live here and then I can roll after PB round. And if not, this is just one of the worst reroll games I've ever had in my life. So it's not a big deal. It happens. I'm alive. Cool. The sad thing about me having DMAT, still can't fucking play it. Of course the tears on the one cost. Because why wouldn't it be? I was really thinking about getting Noxus back, just saying put 7 Noxus next round. And it's really not that bad, but it's just like, I don't think I can live till then. Uma Mora, what am I for 47? 6 or something?
Noxus will rise.
Like, I feel like I just have to roll. I'm looking for Swain, Nefari. Nasus is good.
It's not of this time.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
The world may fall to darkness, but
Okay. The dog. Oh, should I greed? Oh my god.
Always rises to the top. Keep your
I'm not gonna lie.
enemies
I'm
close,
pretty sure it's Shurima.
closer.
I'm pretty sure it's actually Shurima here. But then I have the 0 top end. Shurima Swain, yeah. But like maybe I'm playing against a really weak player. Nope. The player was not weak. He's fucking... Of course he has a Cassante, because why wouldn't he? These games are literally the worst. What? How do you re-roll with Lee Sin and not hit Samira 2 till stage 3? I don't even understand. I started with 2 Samiras. Yeah, it's a day where like I don't even know, man. I definitely am not good at playing Flex into Silco's ear, but like I don't feel like my rolls are giving me like I'm not getting much luck with it either. It just feels like I'll hit one of the units early, and when I watch other streamers, they stabilize really well with it. And then when I play it, I'm like, oh, it doesn't stabilize at all. Because I'm playing against 2 like a Cho 3-star instantly. They're in the shiz welcome after 18 months. Thanks for subbing. Palladium Library. Okay. This was awesome. This is an awesome library if you play Earth. This guarantees you a spat. You know what comp is really good with that? Samira. You know what comp I'm not gonna play this game? Actually, we'll see.
Anoxian always rises to the top.
See, most people say my eyes right away when you hit the green a lot. I mean, if you look at my games, I didn't even greet half my games and they still went terribly. Like, yeah, of course I read my items a lot. Let's read this. Well, that was a little weird. I probably should have put the pad actually. Fuck, I threw on there. Well, too late for that.
Will be consumed by it.
Brave to invoke. Okay.
We do
I should
what we
pick up
must.
this too. No. Like, what do you play with Cool Pack at level 7 reroll? What do you 3-star? Is there anything? Is it just Jinx?
I carry my family with me.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
The DT Samira. Oh, you can do that, but instead I'm probably gonna play DT Rogues. Thank God I am, because this guy is also going Noxus. That's not good. I need to know what Ixtal is before I go commit to anything crazy. Go back to Demacia seems really good. Okay. Quinn reroll? Interesting. Okay. That is not what I expected, but interesting. This guy made Jace 2 when he's like trying to play Piltover. What the fuck? Will I just take econ there? Yo, any Ixtallers here? I need a fucking Ixtall unit, man. Oh, it's right here. Oh, interesting. Is this even good? This looks like a bad one. I'm not
here to test souls.
Watch this.
It's a Nico one? Yeah, but I mean, am I gonna play Nico with this? The only reason I want to start Poro is so I can get Tiniest Titan. I think it's like super OP.
Where is evil, I shall go.
Okay, this is kind of weird. I really didn't want to go for Jinx this game, but maybe it's okay.
Any last words? No, just that.
The thing between your head and headphones, that's my hair, Emily. I mean, you know what double trouble comps there are? I was gonna go double trouble rogues, but this opener seems really fucking weird.
Dawn is the future.
Kiana? I mean, yeah, but will I just play Jinx from this position? Is double trouble Jinx a thing? I mean, this guy is literally gonna be straight testing, but
Okay.
there's multiple people playing Jinx. Nah, this guy's just playing best port, right? This guy's not going, right?
I have but one life to give for Ionia.
Yeah, check the stats for it. What do the stats say? The stats say Tiana or Jinx. I mean, but like, do I really want to play Jinx when there's so many fucking...
Night, night.
I just randomly hit a Jace too. Interesting. I guess I'm playing this double trouble Jace. Okay, some guy already has a Jace too. You didn't want to. You don't want to chill. You need to calm down there, buddy.
If I don't kill you, son will.
Miss Jinx, yeah, it is. Do you ever? Is it ever Rage Blade now that or is it? No, it's just fucking. What am I fucking saying? What am I fucking? I wish I had Robo, but it's just fucking this, man. I got Fry, that DT. Yeah, I got. Rage Blade goes on Aphelios with Hurricane, Ruria Hurricane IE. Oh. Yeah, that's not what I asked. Okay, we're definitely not doing this. We're definitely not doing this. Sure. I might use my augment. Yeah, I need a Jinx. You know, I'll probably just roll for it 2 rounds. This guy's actually going Jinx. There's 3 Jinx players? No way, man. Someone actually took that already. It's the only the prismatic one's like somewhat good. I'm shocked. Will I even want here? Who the fuck knows, man? I want a frontline item. Stone plate. Probably. Warmogs? Warmogs is pretty good. Mog's pretty darn good. What do I put it on? Graves? I played double Graves? Last Whisper? Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna get that. So you're taking the comp? It's Graves. Level. I don't think I'm playing Warwick. I'm just gonna play 2 Zon. I have the worst Zon though, but it's fine. Oh no! Why is it on a 4 cost, man? I'm kind of down to do spat here if someone. Like, really, man? Really? Like, do I just slam GS here? Because it looks like I'm not gonna be able to get IE here, and that's okay. Like, I don't have like crit items. It's not a big deal. What is this? Yes.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
What's this?
Okay, but what if I don't go 4 gunner? And instead, what if I just go? Because I'm gonna probably have 4 gunner in regardless. Instead, this is the secret, not just to go 4 Zon and get like a fucking good Zon here. He's got his OP 1, 2. Is it? Let me just go see what my thing is. I made myself weak for this. Pretty sure I'm supposed to go for Zon now. Or now that I see that it's Robo Arm.
If I don't kill you,
About time I got my hands dirty.
Jean's future's about to get bright.
1 Jinx. 0 Jinx. Okay, it's looking good for me.
Welcome to Zon. Zon is the future.
Water to me.
Under Emblem and Kaisa? No, that sounds terrible. I actually don't know if I could think of a worse combination of things to do than that. I would be hard pressed. Get into Kaisa to 3-star Nefari, you get Challenger Gunners. Okay. I'm good. Sounds like the biggest waste of money ever. I mean, this is kind of interesting. I'm kind of down.
Zon is the future.
Oh wow, I got super lucky. Then we're gonna go into knowledge the Zon here.
If I don't kill you, Zon will.
Fuck, I need to... Oh, I need to put something else up here. It's okay.
Become what they fear. Let the monster out.
It's EXO? Did I misread it? I thought it was Robo.
I got no time for games.
What? Am I fucking stupid? Okay, my bad. I definitely misread it.
What's this?
I definitely misread it.
Survive. Fight.
Wait, my comp looks sick. I just need to level and get the 4th gunner in and I'm good to go. I mean, what would I do here? I mean, I guess I could take the Philios here. It worked better than Soko. I mean, oh, I should have gotten. Wait, I have Pandora's. No wonder I made Last Whisper randomly. I was so confused. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
All in. Energize.
If I don't kill you, Zon will.
Zon's future's about to get brighter. Zon is the future.
No, just
Holy fuck.
insult over.
Sure, always.
Okay.
The satay doesn't work. Isn't it stupid to play 4 gunners here? 'Cause I can only finish 4 gunner at 8. Because next round I'm definitely just playing another Echo, right? Yeah. Huge extend. Yeah, it worked. Just saw you get health there. I fucking my items re-rolled and that's not what I wanted. It's fine. This is okay. This is not okay. I need to re-roll both of these. Probably into like a Warmox or something. Fine. And then I just need to roll one of these. I could roll redemptions here, but I don't have enough defensive stats. But I guess I can just do it. It's better than waiting. I can grab some kind of weird defensive stats later. Okay, I do ass loads of damage, and this duplicator is OP. I'm probably gonna just rush 8 now because I need to play 8 to play 2 echoes. So this is the front just to give people buffs. Or to give him a health buff. That's it. I just need more frontline here. Someone said that I could play Warwick instead of Silco. It's true, but I feel like Silco has, even if Silco passed once, it's probably more for my team than Warwick IMO. Drop a Jays of Felix for another Jace Echo? Yeah, probably. But I'd rather just go 8 and see if I can put it all in. Like these two, there's no way it's better than this. Right? I actually just fucking did this forever ago, man. Actually fucking trolling by not doing this. I think I just got killed by the same comp. I just saw the comp kill me, and then I got beat by the same fucking comp. I swear to God. Kaisel is looking good. I've been seeing a lot of Kaisels recently. I fucked up my stuff a lot this game.
Bilgewater, your king has returned.
Through loyalty, power. Dawn is the future.
Any cases?
Dawn's future's about to come.
I didn't beat this board. No way. Oh, I'm top 4. You know what? I'm happy. I misplayed this a lot. I didn't realize with Zonspad, like, I think ideally, I just don't even play Echo, man. I don't know. I only play, like, I want to play like GP late game, but it's all right. We'll play some ads. Porcelain chair heater thanks for some of the stream. I think I got the worst augments possible there. If I got Robo plus Chem Tank, it would have been completely different. But instead I got like the other ones. And I'm like, wait a second. Wait a fucking second. Yeah. Zon look busted. I mean, Zon looks pretty good.
For the failure.
So a component item anvil at 2-3, and then I hope I don't get an unlucky one again. I'm okay to try some extra stuff this time though.
I want to see.
The worst part about playing TFT is when there's one game a day where you want to try something new and you haven't been playing that like all day or all week, and the one time you can do it, someone else is playing it. And you're like, fuck this guy, man.
Let's start the show. Now that is what I want to see.
Wait, I just realized I should be going for.
Must make it count.
This is looking like a BoxBox special right here, honestly. Yeah, Chotu already. Pretty good. Pretty not bad. I mean, I also think if you have Quinn, you could play some really interesting comps as well. But I just don't know how to play the Quinn comp correctly. But you would need the Moxie opening with Quinn. That's fine. Like, I have a really great gen opener. However, these items are kind of doo-doo. I mean, aside from that. Oh my god. I should just play March, right? Alright, we're deviating.
This is very exciting.
We are playing. Okay, hold up a sec. I'm pretty sure we're playing Quinn reroll this game. Let me double check to make sure I know how to play this comp real quick. You level up before March only if you did the round before. You can't just randomly level up like for before that, if that makes sense. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm playing this. Hold on, let me go from 5 Demacia, Quinn. Oh, this is gonna be an interesting one.
Guess we're fighting.
Pretty sure I don't want this either. In terms of what I want here, I'm pretty sure I want Last Whisper IE. And probably Last Whisper first. If you're curious what Demacia Quinn gives you, it gives you Deathblade. You need to know what each unit Demacia gives you. And you only know by watching or playing the game. Demacia Kale is Death Tab? Quinn is Deathblade.
Is what I want to see.
Mort is Nashers. Jarvan is, I don't fucking know. Kills GS. Ooh.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Of course, I hit nothing. Because why would I want to hit? Okay.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
When is March hit 9? March hit 9, never. You play for level 7. Like, if you play March and play for level 9, you're so fucked, man.
That's what I want to see.
If you get final reserve of March, oh, you technically can. So, like, I guess. Yeah, you technically can. So that's the exception. Oh my god. Someone took it. Okay. How did I get left as third pick with nothing? The same item like 4 times, man? Oh no. I can't even make anything with these items. I guess I can make like BT Titans, IE Last Whisper. guy is 50 fucking gold, by the way. Holy moly.
Righteous glory.
Okay, here's this. Oh, it's another tiniest titans. Yes, I don't win this. Wait, what the fuck? He has 2 Cho 2s and a Vi 2? Bro, he's not even playing Lee Sin. Well, what is this board? Okay, my bad. This guy has tiniest titans with Cho, man.
I am here to test souls.
It's Cho every game. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm 88 health. I have great life for 88 health. Super good. I shouldn't be that worried. I just hope I get dropped some good items. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I can. I fucking lost. Like, what is this, man? It's like this. And pray for lucky gloves, I guess. And then I can build guard breaker. What is Quinn's best items? Is it really Last Whisper, i.e. Deathblade? Doesn't that seem a little wrong? How do I ever kill Cho with those items? Do I just like FF the Cho matchup? I guess I hope Fiora kills the Cho. Is Slam TG on Fiora?
For Piltover.
Guess we're fighting.
Go even shroud, and then my Fiora items are just fucked. Right? If I wanted to go even shroud, I couldn't have slammed Gargoyle. I would have did slammed even shroud, and for the Gargoyle, you just keep the Negatron. There's the other Demacia player hit kill 3. He's level 6. Double Rage Blade kill. Like, it literally has BIS kill. So far, Nashers for Jarvan? Oh, it definitely wasn't Nashers. because so that's an interesting one. I mean, it probably is. Oh. Yeah, it's okay. Go for fewer items. No, I have to go for this. I have to find a way to eat the stupid stuff. Aegis, I thought only worked behind them, but it works. It looks pretty good. I am shocked actually at how good it sounds. Right, BT Sterix Titans, yeah, and you get Sterix from the Demacia, but like I'm not gonna be able to get that because items are fucking, you know? Could roll here a little bit, but it's fine.
Survive. Fight.
Oh my god, wait. I killed so much there. Wait, he killed it in 2. Okay, and you get attack speed through. Okay, I kind of like this. Okay, wait, when do I get 7? How much do I get right now? 3 XP equal to your level at the end of the round. So I'm 6, so I get 9 around. So I get at 4-1 I can level. Perfect. And I roll 1,000 gold. You get AP buy. I mean, you go assassin stuff. So this is 4-2. Is 7 4-2 or 4-1? It's not in combat, right? Oh, it is combat. Oh, it's 4-1, I still think, right? Is this 3? It's 6-6 or it's 4-6, 2-6. Oh wow, this the other one. Damn, that sucked. All right, let's make sure I understand this comp. I run 5 Demacia with Mordekaiser. I run with Warwick. Oh, I guess I need Warwick just for the front line. Okay, got it. It's Warwick. Okay, it is. Wait, is it 4-2? I'll be 34 and I get 6, so I should be exactly level 7 next round. Right? Am I fucking crazy? Is it after player combat? So
Guilty.
I will rest
it
when
was.
our homelands are restored.
About time I got my hands dirty.
This one of the Demacia units. I don't know if I even want that one.
Demacia is counting on us.
I'm gonna keep rolling because this is weird.
Now and forever.
The void has breached this place.
Every soul shall serve.
Okay, I may have giga griefed this a little bit, but it's okay. Otherwise, the crown guard.
Guess we're fighting.
Demacia is counting on us.
Now! Out of my way!
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
Every soul shall serve.
Yeah, 11 health is kind of my comfort zone. Am I dead here? Ha! Not dead. Easy. Guys, it's fine. Literally, watch me turn this around. You've never seen this before.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Oh god. This is the only person I can play because this is the person that Quinn smacked. But this guy has 8 Silcos, so I'm just gonna ignore that. Alright, she does 1400. I believe you're gonna win the BoxBox challenge. You have too much faith. Like for sure, you have too much faith. Oh, this guy's Zephyr, my Kale. That's pretty good. Oh, okay, that's a great Quinn ulti. Another one, another great Quinn ulti. Super awesome. And I'm dead. You know, it was the master spat. No, it's fine. I already pretty much know what it is. Zork sticks to solo this stream. This. Why don't I just play Jinx when I play? I feel like Jinx is the best comp to play if you're going March. This Quinn unit feels bad. She had like really good items. And she had like an aura, like an attack speed aura, still felt pretty bad. I'll play some ads. Force Slayer makes it a lot better. Okay, cool. But I'm talking about March. And I mean, I feel like 5 Demacia Force Slayer is a lot better. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure 7 Demacia is a grief there, but I just did it because it was cheap. So I can afford my Quinn 3, and I couldn't afford my Quinn 3. North Dakota isn't real. Thanks to sub of this stream. You know, okay, real talk. Life is easier if you just reroll bigger comps. And I keep trying to play these weird fucking positions which require a lot of game knowledge and skill to play, and I'm just getting owned, man. But I could just fucking just pick the purple units.
Bilgewater. Home bitter stinking home.
Oh, there we go. 1 of 8. 1 of 8. Careless bet. Welcome back for 22 months. Rat Town is really OP as well. When you're doing reroll, because like your whole board, your whole shop is just, you know, fucking Rat Town. You always have a choke over. I don't. That's what's sad. Because if I did, I'd be 1,000 LP higher. I wonder how many rat pounds you're supposed to get a game. I usually average once. Oh, it's once a state. Okay, they're guaranteed once a state. Interesting.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Interesting opener.
If I don't kill you, someone will.
I feel like going Jin Ionia from here kind of sucks. If you don't have good items for Jin, don't you just grief yourself like super hard? Like, my items are definitely like, wow, I have Cho'Gath items, you know? I mean, we'll see, I guess.
Will be one of my finest works.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
Wait, there's no one playing Cho. Did I see that wrong?
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
No one is playing Cho. Holy fuck, it's a dub. I don't think Cho ever guarantees you first. Some guys go with Kale rerolls. I'm a little worried about.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
I am here to test souls.
What they use Cho players usually make here. I mean, I'm pretty sure I would just I think I need Declaw in this lobby. Whoa. Both of them missed their ultis. No. And then she ultied. No, I could have saved 2 life. Is this not crazy? I haven't found Renekton yet. Or Cho. Hello? I wouldn't care about Extol. Extol is like it's really rough to be able to put in Extol. Do you save the life if you remove Extol? Because the answer is no, then I'm pretty sure it's really impossible for you to put Extol when you're playing this comp. It's like pretty not good. It might be better for you to put Mountain, you know, than it is to put the health stacking one. I mean, I just take the Rex side here, right? Good unit. The Megatron? What the fuck is going on, man? Bitch, show items. I mean, I'm just gonna make stone plate. I think it's because it's another mouse. Oh? Oh my goodness.
Witness your demise.
Thank you, Rat Cow. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, no bruisers. It's a little bit problematic, but hopefully it's okay. Wait, can I 3-0 streak this? That would be really nice, actually. Oh, I probably need to buy this to streak, right? Fuck it. No, I don't.
Will be served.
I mean, no chos, man. I got 2 more chos off my Rat Town and 0 off my fucking Augment. I can't beat this guy anyways. Oh, I hit first place. This sucks. At least positioned my thing correctly, right? The Void Remora. Oh, maybe I can beat this guy out. Wow, I 3-streaked here? That's so good. And he lost his win streak expert quest. I think generally speaking, most people level to 6 here if they have expert quests and they're win streaking because it's worth it. It's expert quest gives you so much. Oh my god, this bit. Wait, question. Wait. When the chos combined, the stacks combined, I forgot the answer to this. No, yes, no, great. I got 2 different answers. These are strongest. Yeah, I thought it always takes strongest, but I remember someone telling me otherwise for this interaction. It's fine.
will feel pain they've never imagined.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
This is very exciting.
Hit it. 30 gold remaining, still pretty good. You probably don't go Renekton 3 then at this rate, right? Cast, you never place this void unless you get voids back here. And it, fuck, man. Is it Eternal Winter or is it Mana Zane? Might be Mana Zane, actually.
Darkness. I miss the darkness of the void.
Go for it. It sucks because Forge was 100% the right play, and if I got Anima there, I win the game. But I didn't get Anima, so it's like I just got. That's just life. You know, sometimes life gives you lemon, other times it gives you shit. This is the first kill I've seen that didn't hit a 3-1. Thank God. Should I buy it with Mana Zane, Mouse? What's up, Revenge? I know you're mad jealous of my comp right now. You guys win? Oh no, probably this is probably like a second. But you know, we take those. Why is it second? Oh, I don't cap that high. I don't feel like I capped that high. Like my items are really weird. I feel like, honestly, I feel like I can get out capped because I have no combat augs and it's like really awkward. I don't feel confident in my cap this game. I really need to buy. I think I'm gonna skip going a JG amounts here because I want to pick up the third item.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Can I play third on mouse? I don't know. Pretty sure it's just like whatever I hit. Like the items themselves don't really matter, I guess. This guy did not hit with 0 gold, and I see 2 kill players that hit with like at 3-1 with like 30 gold. All right, I just need to go 6, man. I'm a little bit worried. There's someone who opened Piltover, right? I don't know where he is. He's still here. He's a 6 Pilty player? Wait, but he only has 6 stacks? Really? But he looking kind of a sus board for what I thought he would have. We're not going 3. The problem with Mal's Mana Zane is you kill units too fast. This might be the like lowest health show I'm gonna have in a while, because you're not able to stack in the mid game because your mouse just kills everything. Stagger creeps, yeah, which is why you have to position like this. But I think you only guarantee 1 stack. 2 stacks is like impossible unless your board, you make your board so weak that you can do it, but it's like really awkward. Oh wow, maybe I am going right 3. You know, life's like a box of chocolates, as they say. Well, I got Declaw. I have this, and I'm good. Awesome. I mean, I could have went Titans here instead of this if I wanted to play around this, but I feel like that's kind of greedy. What's that really good? I mean, Void is not bad. I played with 6 Void before. Okay. It means my board is really easy. I just play 6 Voids. Does he buff enough to be itemized carry? I mean, it's more like he just helps. Like, anyone can be itemized if you have an insane front line, you know? You definitely need... you want this. You're fishing for bruiser here, actually.
Feel pain they've never imagined.
Piltover's finest.
I'm so fucking strong in this game. We're not gonna play more than 3 Void. I'll sell this later for Ari or Soko. And this goes to Sunfire. Easy. Or if I don't do Sunfire, I will do, I don't know, something else. I cashed them out. Okay, well shit. Sorry. I get my board's like kind of okay.
I miss the darkness of the
Holy fuck. I can actually itemize Rek'Sai this game. Like my board is so awkward. Like, look at this fucking board, man. I have 2 Renekton 1 or 2 Renekton 2s, 2 Rek'Sais. It's really like I need to fill the board up with legendaries eventually. Soko work? Well, yeah. I mean, there's supposed to be a Soko here, but there isn't. Wow. Frontline got stuck on some garbage. You're about Cosmo. Want this. I think with Rat Town, the expectation is you will always hit Rek'Sai freeze here.
Piltover's finest.
Oh, I mean, Lost Sword. Be kind of bad. Hold on, I kind of need this.
Exciting.
And Bruiser Belveth with RFC is probably the own, right? Maybe I don't. I don't know. I was gonna slam Titans, but I have a different idea now. Like, isn't this the lowest health Cho'Gath you've ever seen at this stage? Like, for sure, right? I mean, don't I just go level 8? Oh my god. That was better. Oh, I forgot. I mean, I'm just gonna do this. This is fucking stupid. Split the 8. I mean, I could, honestly. I wasn't going to, but it's like kind of not bad. I lost this guy? Interesting. I mean, no, I'm gonna put in 6 Bruiser, right? Can I put 6 Bruiser, 6 Void here? It's 6 Void. No, I can't. Unless I... Rek'Sai, especially because I have Rat Shop next round as well. Like, I'm gonna get Rek'Sai free. No way I don't.
Feed the void.
Oh, what the fuck do I want here?
I miss the darkness of the void.
I wanted BT, but what the fuck, man? Really, Bella? Yeah, it's pretty good. I would have taken it, but I'm probably not gonna play Belveth Bruiser this game. Like, it's just like a temporary unit. I need a roll till I hit 6 Bruiser here. But I was still level next round for it, so I might sack one round here. Yep. I say I don't think many people have sacked that round, but it's 30 life. That's still a lot of life.
I will tear the world apart.
time I got my hands dirty.
Water to me!
Oh, fuck, man. I might Kaiser be stronger than Mouse? Sure, but you have a Mouse 3 and you have no Kaiser, so. Like I found some Kaisers, right? But it's like I wouldn't sell Mouse for it, and I don't have a remover.
The void has breached this place. I never hold back. There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Holy fuck, this is what I was waiting for. Okay, I've hit my comp, but I also still don't think my Cho is healthy enough.
Be gone. Survive. Fight.
I need to get some help, man. Please, Cho. Either way. Ideally, you want like 7K or something. I can't. I mean, you just didn't get any kills early because of the thing, you know? Oh. But with Void Spat, I would. Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. I was. He took a Void?
Battle, yes.
It's for Fiora too. He has two. He's trying to re-roll Void emblems. That's so funny. All right, you got it, buddy. You got it, man. Oh, might it actually be something? Hello? This guy doesn't do damage, man. Because Saute Bruce, oh, I was thinking about it. I'm not sure. This is not just breathe on Mordekaiser to play around this unit. I feel like it is. So he rolled his thing into two. There's no way he rolled it into. Oh, he rolled one void into Slayer. Wait, that's crazy. Did he actually fucking hit Slayer? What? This guy's got the fucking luck of the devil, man.
Become what they fear. Let the monster out.
Okay.
Every soul shall serve.
Declaw doing wonders? Yeah, Declaw. This guy has got 2-star Jugger. 2-star H-Rock. That has not. Peanut damage, Nyla. What? What's best here? Is a Hodge? Probably Hodge, right? I don't care about anti-kill here. The ADAP is pretty good.
Survive. Fight. Become what they fear. Let the monster out.
Okay, wow. The Mordekaiser did way more damage.
The void has breached this place.
Okay.
Bilgewater,
Your
your king has returned.
What's the edge here? Yeah, we'll see how this works. Oh, Clea, thanks for the raid. Look at this stream, guys. I played some TFT. This is okay. This is actually unlucky. This is my last game because I have eaten 0 sustainable food today. Literally nothing. I had water, and so I'm like, okay, well, like I'm actually starving. But look at this stream. I'm playing some TFT, highly skilled composition.
Become what they fear.
I think before I was scared of Rek'Sai dying, but now there's no way Rek'Sai dies, right? Let's see. Oh, I saw you were playing whatchamacallit, the BoxBox Invitational. You and Soul. I was like, what the hell? Okay. What's up?
And know my strength.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a little locked, but yeah. What are you peeping out there? Oh, and then okay, that is strange. Thank you. This is the reason why you don't side here, by the way, because oh, actually, no, yeah, the Rek'Sai gets targeted first.
Let the monster out.
Still might be okay. It was not okay. Wait, I didn't want to. I wanted to go to 9, but now it's like, is it even possible? I think it's actually this, and it's not whatever you think it is here. Like, looking at this, it's like can't even remove these bruises. I have 3 3-star bruises, a Sedge, 2, and a Scion. Which of these am I removing? None of them. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, just focus on positioning here. Alright, so my Rek'Sai has easy access to backline. Hopefully. Okay, awesome. Great spot. I chose at 6,400 life, which is, to be fair, not that much, but enough. Oh, I need to hold that Ari in case I needed to play it over this. Sorry, I didn't play it there. I'll have Aatrox, and Noxus is useless. When you roll, you have 4 HP. Oh no, I'm going 9. What? I'm playing for first. This guy double? Bro, you weren't smash. Wait a second. This guy got lucky. Lucky as hell. Almost lost to his ghost. Oh god. Four, 3, 2. Okay. If I hit this guy, I guarantee top 2. If I hit this guy, it's kind of bad. It's kind of really fun. Do you see this fucking GP2, man?
Carnage. Bilgewater. Your king has returned.
You should have left home years ago.
I need to hold this. Fuck it. I'm as strong as I can be in this situation, I'm pretty sure. I got it. I killed his board too, right? Yay! Okay. It's over. Oh god. I killed both. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. This was this could have been a third, for sure. $39 OP. A little bit low, but still okay. Illegal game? I would say it's highly legal. Okay, guys, no, but I'm so sorry, guys. Thank you guys so much for the raid, but I have to go. I am going to raid. Huh. We're going to raid Nia. I'm a part of her VTuber tournaments. Apex tournament this weekend, so you give her some love. I'm out, guys. Have a great night. Good night, good night. My feet are cold.